Councillor Armstrong.
Is the sound actually being recorded? So perhaps later we will have the sound on the recording?
Let me ask that question. Monsieur Savoie, est-ce qu'on enregistre quand même la réunion? Okay, no, it would be without sound. It would be with, yeah. So again, I'm asking members of council. We have a pretty full agenda, so I...
Test.
OK, là, ça marche? Ah, il fallait juste que je le dise, c'est ça?
Test.
OK. On est bon? Bon, ben... Hein?
Say no.
Oui ou non?
No. He can see something move, but people from home can't hear us.
Oh, maybe that's why.
Maybe that's, so, yeah, because we move something,
OK.
so it might work.
OK, est-ce qu'on peut réactiver, voir et puis vérifier, s'il vous plaît? Alors, le son marche bien. Merci. Formidable. Madame Camille Laflamme, Monsieur Savoie, merci beaucoup pour votre dévouement à cette cause. Members of council, please disregard what I just said. It looks like everything's working. All right. So for anyone joining us at this stage, we apologize. We were having technical difficulties that seem to be resolved at this stage. Alors, on tombe au numéro 10. Motion that all items listed under consent items be received as presented. This is moved by Councillor Lawrence, seconded by Councillor Deakin. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And passed. Thank you very much. That's a few pages. Moving to item 11, reports from departments and council committees. 11A, 2024 financial statement presentation report CSAS FS 2025-12. That council received this report dated May 26, 2025, and approved the 2024 financial statements presented by MNP SRL, our external auditors, and authorized the Mayor and Director of Corporate Services, Treasurer, to sign the consolidated statements of financial position. Monsieur Dagenet.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Tonight we welcome Marc Farran from MNP, who led the audit of the Township 2024 financial statement. Mark and his team has worked closely with our finance department to ensure accuracy and transparency. I'd like to thank MNP for their professionalism and extend my sincere appreciation to our finance team for their hard work and dedication throughout this year-end audit process. So,
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir, Monsieur le Maire et les membres du Conseil. So you've all received the audit findings report as well as the financial statements. As auditors, we report to the members of Council on the results of our examination of the financial statements of the Corporation of the Township of Russell. We have completed our audit of the financial statements of the municipality and are prepared to sign our auditor's report subsequent to completion of the following step procedures, which are basically the Municipal Council's review and approval of the financial statements. In the financial statements themselves, we have our auditor's report, which is a clean auditor's report again this year. And I'm here to, if you have any questions or anything.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Farran. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Deakin.
Thank you. I just had one. It was regarding a note regarding land held for resale purchases and sales being shown as a net figure from 2024. And I just wanted to check through you, Mr. Mayor, with administration that in the future those will be distinctly shown, the difference between purchases and sales of land held for resale.
Merci beaucoup, conseillère Deakin. Monsieur Dagenet, est-ce que c'est une question que vous êtes en mesure de répondre? Oui.
yes. So for 24, we only sold land in the industrial park. So That's why we just put the transaction as net, but in 25, if there are some purchase and sales, we'll
Adjust accordingly.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, members of council? Seeing none. Merci beaucoup.
Merci
Great
beaucoup.
report. Exciting reading, for sure. All right. Moving to item B, Fire Services Organizational Review Report, Fire 2025-03. That council receives report, this report dated May 26, 2025, and directs staff to review the proposed recommendations in the Fire Service Organizational Review, Fire Station Building Condition and Accessibility Assessment Report, and the public engagement session results, and return to council in fall of 2025 with a strategic report to review the options for various levels of service and provide relevant costing associated with each of these levels of service and recommendations. Chief, floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. So tonight we bring forward this report shortly after amalgamation last year in January of 2024 of the two fire departments. We contracted the Lumex Group to do a fire department organizational review to see where we are today and what it would look like in the future. So having said that, tonight we have the two consultants, Chris Burke and Jerry Pingator, who will give you a short presentation on the results of that report.
Merci. Good evening, welcome back.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Thank you very much for the time this evening, and thank you, Chief McBain, for the introduction. So we have a short presentation to outline some of the findings, although you have the full report already there. I'm going to touch on the highlights, short PowerPoint presentation. Next slide, please. So the project background. My colleague Jerry Pingator, myself, as well as a couple of other individuals from the Lumex Group worked on this with Chief McBain and his staff. Next slide. The purpose of our organizational review was to assess the fire protection services in the township, to provide data for the township, to use and make decisions about the safety of its residents, businesses, visitors to the municipality, and indeed its firefighters. As well, it outlined providing strategies to identify specific resources for the township to manage its current and anticipated fire protection needs. And finally, recommend ways to the township of Russell can address fire protection needs adequately and, most importantly, cost effectively. Next slide. So the guiding principles for us in our project were: what are the best fire protection services for the health and safety of the fire service in Russell Township? What are the best fire protection services for the safety of Russell communities? What are the most cost-effective fire prevention or fire protection services? And the last guiding principle is letting the facts guide our decision towards the recommendations that we made within this fire organizational review. Next slide. We provided opportunities for stakeholder engagement, and that was to speak to the 4 or 5 individuals you see on the chart behind me, including the CAO, Chief McBain. In addition, we also held a couple of evening sessions with firefighters in the stations of Embrun and Russell in 2 separate groups, both officers and firefighters, to listen to their feedback about the impact of any decision-making that may take place. In addition, as a separate item, we also did a community survey, I think, that the chief had alluded to earlier. Next slide. Oh, sorry, next slide. Recommendations. Pardon me. So the organizational review itself included 19 specific recommendations. Each recommendation included 3 specific areas to consider for council, and that being, is this a mandatory recommendation, meaning that from a legislative component, is it mandatory to do? The second point in the recommendations was, does it need council approval at the end of the day? And the third one, is there a budget impact to this recommendation so that council has all the facts to ensure they can make the proper decision? Next slide. Oh, key themes, next slide, sorry. So 3 of the key areas for improvement that we identified within the scope of the overall report included 3 things: governance, emergency response and effective response force, and asset management. Under governance, we looked at things like policies, procedures, agreements, legislation, bylaws, pardon me, and compliance. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. And under emergency response, we we looked at the effective response force as well as looking at items related to NFPA, National Fire Protection Association guidelines under 1720. And the final one was asset management, which was looking at items like vehicles, equipment, and facilities. And I'll say facilities because we, as you indicated earlier, we also completed a building assessment and accessibility assessment report as a separate document that was tabled some time ago. Pardon me. Next slide. So the key recommendations. Recommendation 4.2, which is in the overall report, was to indicate that the fire chief should update the establishing and regulating bylaw for the township of Russell. And following the approval of that update with applicable recommendations, he should bring it forward, the updated one, and get council approval to have a new E&R bylaw. Pardon me. And at the bottom of the slides, you can see, is it mandatory? Yes, it is mandatory to have an up-to-date E&R bylaw. Does it need council approval? Absolutely. And is there a budget impact? We didn't see a budget impact in that at this time. Next slide. Pardon me. Recommendation 8.1 within the report was referring to the response criteria, so that the fire chief should develop a baseline for the effective response force for the municipality of Russell, and that baseline should be based on the historical data that they have and the information the fire department utilizes for the organizational review. Once the baseline is developed, it should be presented to council for consideration and approval as well. And you can see on the slide there the mandatory council and budget impact. Next slide. When we talked about referencing a National Fire Protection Association guideline 1720, this is just an outline of the specific chart as it applies to all municipalities in the province following the NFPA standards in terms of it being a rural area within the municipality and what the guidelines speak to in terms of the minimum number of staff responding and the amount of response time within minutes to have bodies on the ground. Next slide. The initial response baseline, as reviewed with the chief, was divided into 2 specific areas on the slide that spoke to Station 11 in Embrun and Station 12 in Russell, with weekdays, weeknights, Saturday and Sunday. My apologies, my copy isn't colored, but it is on the slide, just indicating what the initial base response is to work from. Next slide. The second part of that criteria, in order to have sufficient fire protection, is the number of firefighters available to perform critical tasks once they're on scene. There's a variety of things within the regulations that maintain a certain level of performance in that regard. So we've divided it from Monday to Sunday for the week. And as you can see on the chart, between the hours of 7 a.m. and 5 p.m., those were the numbers for the averages for the number of people that were available to perform critical tasks. And on the right side of the chart, we have the critical tasks on a Saturday and Sunday. And this is an overview, but as you get into the report itself, it would speak to the specifics of what that means. Next slide, please. So the roadmap for improvement in this case would be the following steps. So ensure that the department's current daytime staff members work out of a single fire station in order to have a basis for responding to a call. Second thing would be to ensure the automatic aid agreements with other municipalities, neighboring municipalities, are up to date and in place to reduce the initial time and increase the number of firefighters that may be available to attend a scene or an emergency. It's one more item that is important in building a sufficient core. Consider having volunteer firefighters, staff, one of the departments, fire halls on Saturdays, and develop a strategy for hiring daytime staff members incrementally of having 4 full-time shifts on duty during the Monday to Friday period. This is obviously well down the line and is documented within the context of the overall report. Next slide. 8.2 recommendation was that the fire chief should reassign all current daytime staff to Station 11 to ensure Russell Township Fire Service is providing the best coverage for the entire township of Russell. And this is based on working with the municipality and developing GIS mapping to determine exactly where the response criteria comes from. Next slide. 5.2 as well is in order to reduce risk to firefighter and safety, the fire chief should work with other departments in neighboring municipalities to formalize their automatic aid agreements. Some are in place, but it needs continual work to ensure that allows those fire departments that are providing any type of service, like potentially a water rescue or a trench rescue or rope rescue, where they may require outside assistance to complete it. And once that agreement is developed, it should be presented to council for their consideration and approval. Next slide. Recommendation 8.3. Again, in the response area, the fire chief should develop a plan to provide daytime staffing for Station 11 in Embrun, specifying that these staff members would be primarily volunteer firefighters, and the plan should be presented to council for approval. Again, it's having the right firefighters in the right location for proper responses, in ensuring that we're meeting as much of the grid within the township municipality of Russell as possible. Next slide. Ultimately, at some point down the road, the fire chief should develop a plan for hiring 2 full-time firefighters on daytime shifts, Monday to Friday, where the biggest gaps are in availability for volunteers for Russell Township Fire Service, and then present that to council for their consideration and approval, because it does have a budget impact. Next slide. I don't know how, maybe hard to see, but in the report, there's a series of maps. We only pulled three of them out with regard to daytime area staffing in 14 minutes. The report also has mapping in there for 9 minutes, 10 minutes, and 14 minutes, which are a number of criteria that's important to ensure that you're meeting all of the benchmarks and getting your staff to the location in the required amount of time and having an effective response force on scene to do the work. And again, that's both for safety of the community and safety of the firefighters, to ensure you have sufficient resources. Next slide, please. Thank you. The last item is kind of built in or crosses the boundaries also over to the building condition assessment and accessibility, is that the fire chief should review the capability of the current fire stations in Russell and determine whether the facilities have sufficient space for dedicated storage. Ideally, a PPE, so it's their personal protective gear, or bunker gear sometimes called, should be stored in a self-contained area and where there's no exposure to contamination from apparatus on the floor or other contaminants. It's also mentioned in the building assessment, as I mentioned, and it's certainly a massive topic of discussion right now with cancer awareness, health and wellness within the fire service and within our community, to ensure that firefighters are not overly exposed to contaminants through absorption and other methods that occur regularly now. Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you very much. That's our presentation for the overall report. If there's any questions, I'm open to them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So this is, again, we are receiving this report, and in the fall, we will get a presentation from you, Chief, in terms of how we move forward with these recommendations. My only question, and I passed it on to Chief earlier on for myself, was just the rationale behind your pick of comparators. And so I'm assuming that he mentioned it. So just if you don't mind publicly clearing that.
No, yeah, absolutely, Your Worship, thank you. So we, we did have a long list of comparators. And typically, and I heard some of the feedback with regard to places along the 401 corridor that have higher traffic and different types and different modalities that happen within those spheres. But when we looked at the comparators and we were trying to keep it down to a reasonable number, we start with what is the closest comparator in terms of population base and a closest comparator to density, so that we're comparing similar to similar. But at some point down, as you go down the list, there's only so many places within a geographic region that you can find populations that are as close to municipality of Russell. And so I think we ended up with 7 comparators within that. Some of them were larger and some of them were smaller. Some of them were geared toward the fact that they were similar populations, but they've also gone through this transition during the process to eventually hiring some full-time staff to ensure safety within the community. So we were trying to get as close to that as possible. Those were some of our guidelines that we utilized.
Okay. So just from my perspective, because I think the one example that I'm referring to had a full-time complement of FTE of 30 firefighters, if I remember. I don't have it in front of me. Yeah. And so I would caution that when that comes back, that comparator, I would kind of saying is biasing the report, or it seems to me they would be. And so I would love to see something a little more close to what we have, if that's possible. But like you say, it may just not be. And if it's not, and if it's, because to me that's a real outlier. And so if we can't find one, then perhaps we should just not have 7 and just down to 6. But I'm not an expert in that. But it just in terms of us judging from a financial perspective, the investment, and I'm sure that I speak on behalf of council here that we want our firefighters to be safe and as efficient as possible and so on. But we have to deal with the purse pockets and trying to figure this out. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree. And certainly the municipal comparators that we used, I mean, that was one of the suggestions that we were advised it wouldn't be a bad one to use, but I clearly see the difference in the context. You're talking about a much larger department. You're talking about an urban environment as opposed to a strictly rural environment. So at the end, when the chief finalizes a report to you, he can certainly look at the other 6 comparators that are there and pick the ones that are most suited to showing you and council what the best direction is.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Members of council, questions, comments? Councillor Lauren?
This one's more for administration than the presenter. It's in regards to any need for additional resourcing, like there's made comment already about that. I'm assuming that all these decisions or projections will form a basis to add into our development charge study that's ongoing, because I know that this doesn't come out to the fall, and if we are finished with that development charge study, we need to make sure that there's a correlation to what could be coming down the road, because obviously as we grow, we need additional resources, and that's part of what the development charges are there for. So just like with policing, just like with fire services. So just make sure, we just need to make sure that there's a correlation.
Excellent point, Councillor Lauren. Noted. Mr. Godin, Chief, yeah. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Deacon.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question related to methodology as well, and that's how does the sector measure the impact of fire prevention programs?
Yes, thank you for that question. That's an excellent. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the impact of fire prevention programs are widely considered extremely effective in terms of overall success of reducing the number of fires, reducing the number of fire deaths within communities through things that this community is doing already, like smoke alarm checking and getting out into the community and pushing public education and fire prevention awareness. I don't have the stats with me right here, but I can tell you from doing work in a number of municipalities across the province, the impact of fire prevention policies, inspections, and ensuring that we're continually updating the requirements of the fire marshal's office. They all come into clear context at that point where we can draw a parallel between the effectiveness of our fire prevention and public education programs to a reduction in fires.
Councillor Deacon? Yeah. So I think I love questions like that because I think this council certainly demonstrates that it likes to do data-driven decisions. And so maybe a note worth making for the fall when this comes back is to see if we can connect that to the research. I think instinctively I agree with you that it makes sense that education supports that. It'd be great to have some additional data on that to demonstrate that. Any other questions? Councillor Armstrong.
Just more of a comment than a question. Noting that we're going to look at the official plan later on this evening, and that looks out 25 years, I would hope that we would look similarly for our fire protection services and look out that 25 years. We have the capital asset management that we've just talked about with the development charges, but there's a huge operational impact in terms of personnel as we get more and more full-time firefighters on the job. That also has to be looked at and funded, and that projection out the 25 years as well.
Absolutely, great point. Thank you. Any other comments? Conseiller Lalonde?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just maybe to make the comment, and it might be something that Chief McBain can respond to as well. You know, I understand of late with statistics that were being given or that I've received suggesting that, you know, we're talking about fire prevention, fire protection, but that in actuality we're seeing a rise in the instance of vehicle traffic responses, in fact, surpassing fire calls in comparison or getting close to that point. Is that taken into account in the review and the study, that the nature of the business, if I can call it that, is also changing, that maybe seeing less fire, more first response to vehicle traffic incidents, in terms of that being taken into account in your projections?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So to answer your question, it's a great question. And one of the aspects of the report that we did chat with Chief McBain about, it was just that, about the proper stationing and allocation of apparatus within specific stations that can meet the demand for things like you have a higher percentage of motor vehicle accidents on the 417 and north from Embrum, to ensure that you have the right apparatus and the right manpower or firefighters to be on scene to deal with those issues. Because you are correct, there is a trend where there is a decline in Class 1 fires, but there's certainly a continued increase in medical calls and motor vehicle accidents. So it was addressed in the, that's the word I'm looking for. Go ahead, Chief, sorry.
Your worship, members of council, Councillor Lalonde, yeah. I don't have the stats with me right now there, but I don't want fires in our community, and I don't think anybody does, right? So actual fires are very minimal. Maybe 3 to 5% is our fire calls, as in a little fire kind of thing. And that also includes vehicle fires and so forth, grass fires and that. Medical calls, I think we're like around the 13 to 18% for medical assists. And then the remainder of the calls is all those fail safes where we have to go in and there's complaints about something or the fire alarms are ringing and so forth. So as we look at our data and our response times, the guidelines are all based on structure fires and that time to get there and that initial response. But as part of my numbers for the fall, I'll give you those percentages when I come back in the fall.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions? So thank you very much for your presentation. Chief, any closing words on this? This is coming back in the fall in terms of an action plan with all the analytics costs and so on associated to it, kind of a timeline, is that correct?
Your Worship, yes. So basically, we'll work with my team and I will work with the finance department and the CEO to come back with, okay, this is what we're doing now, obviously, and then should you want to hit different milestones, then these will be the financial impacts to go with the strat plan to get all that information.
And we'll tie this in with the development charges study as well to make sure that we optimize that. So, okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the council. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chief McBain and Deputy.
All right, moving to item C, règlement visant à exempter certains terrains de l'application du contrôle des lots PD 2025, voire numéro 16 de règlement. Alors, Monsieur Boudreau, quelque chose à rajouter là-dessus?
Non, Monsieur le maire, c'est dans le rapport.
Question, commentaire, membre du conseil? Conseiller Armstrong?
Where is Regina Street?
Monsieur Boudreau?
Yes, thanks for the question. So that street is in what we call the Rochon subdivision. It's off Saint-Augustin on your right, so it's part of those phase 1.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Moving to item D, bylaw to exempt certain lands from part lot control, PD 2025. Again, refer to number 16 bylaws. Anything to add, Monsieur Boudreau? Questions, comments, members of council? Nothing. Moving to item E, demande de modification au règlement de zonage, rapport PD 2025-05, known as 1001 to 1009, 1001 and 1009 Notre Dame. The council receives report PD 2025-05 dated May 26, 25, and approved the zoning bylaw amendment application for the following. 1, removal of the holding zone applicable to 1009 Notre Dame Street, and 2, relief from the zoning bylaw provisions to apply 2 special exemptions to 1001 and 1009 Notre Dame Street. I believe that for this item, there were 2 public meetings held here at Town Hall, March 3rd at 6 p.m. and May 5th at 6 p.m. And if I remember correctly, the committee did not concur with the planning department's recommendation for approval of the revised request that was presented on May 5th. As such, I believe that this request presented in front of us has been revised. So I would ask Monsieur Boudreau anything to add, and then I would ask members of the planning committee if they have any additional context to provide as well. Monsieur Boudreau.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you are correct. This file went to the planning committee twice in order to hear the comments and concern. So the first time it was revised based on the comments from the public and also from the United Counties of Prescott and Russell. So modifications were needed to appease some of those concerns. The developer made the changes, came back with a different proposal, which in that case, again, with the public concerns, the committee did not support the application. Following that meeting, the developer did revise a second time the proposal. In this case, it reflected the concerns that were raised at the meeting, such as providing more green space. And by doing that, they reduced 3 units from the site. And as you can see on the plans, there's a far greater green space on the plan, which is set to a minimum of 30%. And with the changes being made to the plan, it's at 29-point-some%. So it's very close to what's recommended under the zoning bylaw.
Merci beaucoup. Any additional context or commentary from members of the planning committee? Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, I'll make a comment because I made the comment at the committee that I wasn't going to support it at the committee based on the presentation and the information that was provided at the time, and that if anything stayed the same, I would not be voting in favor of it here either. However, after having seen the changes and understanding the what was actually being presented to us as a benefit rather than what my understanding was at the time of the presentation, I feel more confident that this is a better proposal than what was there before. So therefore, I will vote in favor of this when it comes to voting to after, based on the current proposal that's in front of us now, which differs from the presentation that was at the planning committee that was rejected, and also differs from the one that was at the planning committee that was actually approved. So I feel more confident in this one than I did in the other ones. So
Thank you, Councillor Lauren. Any other comments? Councillor Lalonde?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Councillor Lawrence said. There were a number of areas that we felt initially when we looked at it that there were too many concessions having to be made against, but with a revised proposal that took care of the parking spaces, it took care of adding back, as was pointed out by Mr. Boudreau, some green space. It clarified for us also some of the setback, reduced the number of units so that we could get that green space back. So I think it checked off a lot of the boxes that we were looking for, and so thanks to the developer for recognizing that and making the changes. So I would support it as well, because there have been a number of changes that satisfy
Thank you.
our interests.
Councillor Deakin?
Thanks. I'm looking at the aerial drawing of the proposed project, specifically the Building B footprint. And this is where terminology and planning kind of miffs me, so please be patient with me. Building B footprint, if you look, it extends back behind properties on Forget and Notre Dame. I'm not sure if Madame Camiri could put that visual up.
Yeah,
What I'm wondering is, I think that those would be considered side yard setbacks on the north, specifically the north side. I'm just wondering what the minimum setback is required there, especially the one that's backing onto Forget, a little bit lower. There. So north of the east side of Building B, is that considered a side yard setback, and what is the minimum? And is this proposal meeting that minimum?
Monsieur Boudreau?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will answer, but if there's anything, my
Yes,
colleague
please,
was
yeah.
the one that wrote the report, so she may jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. So the minimum setback is based on the interior starlight line, which is 3 meters. So this is applicable to that specific lot, the northern portion of that specific building. The rear yard would be applicable to the area closer to Notre Dame, so that portion of the lot.
Councillor Deakin, clarification?
I'm not understanding what the minimum is, and just ensuring that it's being met for the northern part of
Ms. Ball?
the Building B specifically.
So as my colleague Sylvain had mentioned, the minimum required interior side yard setback is 3 meters, and based on the site plan provided, the developer is meeting that minimum required setback.
Thank you. Any additional questions on this item? Seeing none, thank you very much. Moving to item F, official plan amendment, report PD 2025-11. Council receives report PD 2025-11 dated May 26, 25, and approve the official plan amendment to the Township of Russell official plan to redesignate the subject property from residential policy area to multi-residential policy area. And so I'm going to ask before we start any debate on this item, is this an item that anyone is requesting to remove this item? No? Okay, so anything to add on this, Monsieur Boudreau?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, but the report is pretty complete, and we'll be happy to answer any questions of council or mayor if needed.
Okay, so it's my understanding that, that staff supports this application based on the PPS, the intensification requirement. I believe that the proponent has offered some mitigation aspects around the height piece, i.e. building setback, privacy fencing, and rear yard buffering. And really, we would require some sort of planning-based rationale to go against that, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would say you are correct in that statement. So this particular proposal was, there was a planning rationale provided with the application itself, and also through the analysis of staff in planning, felt that it was recommended to approve in the current form.
Okay. And then it was originally presented at planning as a 40-unit 5-story, and now it's a 38-unit 5-story.
Yes, that is correct. Also, the developer did some pre-consultation prior to submitting his request. So the original idea, if I can say, was not what was being presented. So there were some tweaks and amendment to try to appease some of our initial concerns to what was being proposed. But at the end, you are correct. From the planning committee was a proposal of 40 units. Now what's being proposed is 38 units. By doing so, the zoning requirements are now met. So the request is strictly related to an official plan amendment, given that the zoning is now in compliance with the proposed 38 units.
Okay. Another point of clarification, this application, should it go ahead, I know there was some concern around traffic, and I believe that a traffic memo would be required should it goes ahead. Is that the correct terminology, Monsieur Boudreau?
Yeah, that is correct. Based on the fact that it's going to be subject to a site plan approval before any construction is done on the property. So most of the studies will be captured during that process if ever it's approved under this amendment.
Okay, can you just explain to me what a traffic memo means? It's like not a traffic study?
It's pretty much a more simple version of a traffic study, less extensive. The subdivision itself went through a traffic impact analysis, the overall analysis, so it would take the numbers from that analysis and apply it to this building and see if it meets the basis for that.
And what happens if it doesn't, like at the site plan stage?
So pertaining to traffic, there would be some either mitigation measures such as left turning lane, lights, or other measures that to meet the level of comfort for the either for the incoming or outgoing traffic.
So there wouldn't be any changes to the number of units. It would be up to township to figure out ways to deal with the traffic aspect. Is that what you're telling me?
It could be on both ways. The developer could decide to reduce in order to meet some of those criterias, but that discussion would take place during the site plan control review.
Okay. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Lauren.
Just a couple of clarifying items, and I hope you can help me with that. Is I heard different things. I just want to make sure. So will this project have underground parking, or is the parking meant to be on the first floor?
Mr. Boudreau.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, thanks you, Councillor Lorrain. It is also our understanding that the parking itself will be on the first level. So the first level is dedicated to the parking area of the building.
Okay, so four levels of residential, and at the third level, it has to come in on either side. Was it 6 meters or 6 feet, something like? I know there's a 6 in there somewhere.
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers, but you are correct. It's part of the scaling to appease the visual.
Right.
That was certainly one of the major requirements during the pre-consultation meeting to meet some of those visual setbacks.
Okay, and can I continue?
Yes, please.
So will there be a shadow analysis as well that's to be performed to ensure minimal impact on residents?
Yes, absolutely. Given the size of the building, a shadow study and also what you call that? Photometric would also be required in order to ensure that the light, the spillage is not affecting neighboring properties.
Okay. Keep going.
Yep, go ahead.
And from a height perspective, I know there's been a lot of discussion about that, and in the presentation earlier tonight, they mentioned 65 feet. Is that the maximum height of the zoning, or do we know what the maximum height of the project will actually be? Because I heard something around 50 feet, not 65.
Monsieur Boudreau?
I would have to confirm that with my colleague, but all that to say that the current zoning, the R3, they are meeting the requirement as part of the height, but so right now, if I look at the report, it says 5 stories, which accounts for 17.8 meters in height. And the maximum under the zoning bylaw is 20, so there is still 2.2 meters of, that they could go
So they're under
Yeah.
what is, okay.
Exactly.
Anything else,
Okay.
Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, I just want to make sure as well is that we're being asked for an official plan amendment, not whether or not they can build a 5-story unit. Is that correct?
Monsieur Boudreau?
That's under zoning?
So as part, they go in hand to hand, so in order to permit the construction in the current state, they still need the official plan amendment. They do meet, by reducing by 2 units, they meet the zoning, but it's still deemed to get that amendment to get the project in its current form, to get it going.
Okay. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor Lauren. Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, my comments, questions are not specifically related to this project, but a little bit more on the procedure we're following. This proposal is an official plan amendment that would make this piece of property as multi-residential. Do I understand that correctly?
From residential policy to multi-unit residential policy.
Multi-unit residential, okay. The 11K, the official plan that we also have on the books for this evening, the drawing in that indicates it is R3, not multi-unit residential. Can we say we're going to modify item K as well so that we don't do this now and then a few minutes later undo what we've just done? You see the question I have?
Monsieur Boudreau?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I'm assuming you're referring to the official plan, the new
That's
official plan? Yes. So in either case, what's being proposed, they would still need an amendment. So we are what is being proposed is asking council if that's permitted. So it would stand still with their exceptions, and that was granted by council.
But when we do the official plan, the complete one, those drawings show it back as simply R3.
It would have to get.
We would have to amend that in our discussion to bring them both to.
Not necessarily. I mean, one goes before. Both amendment goes to the counties. They have the final say, so I would assume that change would be incorporated in the new OP based on council's decision.
That answers my concern.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this? Councillor Deacon.
In the petition that I had received, I was hearing concerns from residents in terms of drainage, water servicing, sewer servicing, and stormwater capacity. I'd just like to double check that capacity has been assessed and that this project would not have the capacity of those systems being above and beyond what those systems can handle.
Monsieur Boudreau, Monsieur Bourgon, in terms of sewers and sanitary.
So we have the capacity in the system. So the underground was sized appropriately for that type of development.
Okay. Follow up?
Yeah, just a couple of other questions. With this OP amendment, just looking at the property itself and not necessarily the project that's being proposed tonight, but this OP amendment, if I understand, would enable the option of commercial on the first floor. I understand that's not what's being proposed tonight, but I just want to make sure that I have that clear, that
Monsieur
that
Boudreau.
comes along with the amendment as well.
No, our
No?
understanding it's limited to the number of units being permitted on that site, but it's not considered for commercial. It would be strictly for residential.
Okay.
Yeah. Because the zoning is R3, which does not allow for commercial, I guess is
Yeah.
where
I
I
think
see.
you're referring to the, perhaps the one that's coming up, where there is first floor commercial.
It's possible,
Right,
honestly.
because that one
It's
is
a bit
on
of an
Notre
agenda
Dame, yeah,
tonight, and it's a
yeah.
bit of a blur.
Yeah.
I thought there was a mention of first floor commercial somewhere in the report that I was reading. Two more questions, if I may.
Please.
So in terms of communication, when a project like this comes forward to council, I assume that there's a minimum duration for notification for commenting from the public. And I saw that, letters were mailed out within 120 meters. Obviously, the planning committee agenda was published and folks were coming. But there's also an online possibility of commenting, and I just want to check if there is, or it's published online and commenting is welcome. Is there a minimum standard that the administration is holding itself to in terms of getting that online published and welcoming comments there? Or is that kind of considered above and beyond what's required?
Monsieur Boudreau, I think there's a 45-day statutory requirement, but I'll let you.
Yeah, and just to clarify for the comments, so yes, under when we do our presentation and also in the notices and the sign, it's shared that they contact and provide their comments through, there's an email or phone number. Our job as staff is to gather those comments and try to translate in our recommendation reports. We're not necessarily posting these comments as is, because sometimes they have personal information, so we're kind of binded by that. But we do our best to transmit the concerns and question to council for them to make a proper decision on the matter.
And just to follow up on that, the requirement is the sign on the property itself and the letters versus what the township posts online on a website, for example.
There's different ways of doing. We could have done through a newspaper, sometimes like the official plan, which is applicable to the whole or greater area. So it's unfeasible to put signs and do a mail out. So we chose that option or avenue to make our publication as per the plan. In this case, it's the site specific, so we felt it was more targeted to put a sign on the specific property and do the mail out. So to reach out more people.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's just knowing that we're working on a public engagement policy and wanting to make sure that there are so many platforms available and so many means of communication, and that I was hearing from a resident that they were looking specifically on the website and struggling to find the information within a large enough window. It's not required to do that, as I understand, but it sounds like it would be a nice to have, or at least that was the input relating to the public engagement work. Just one more, if I may. It's on a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was 2 meetings ago, we looked at the community safety zone criteria, and council passed a bylaw for that sort of review that would happen. I just want to say that Parc Richelieu, the surrounding neighborhood, is an absolutely phenomenal part of our township. My family visits that park often. It is the neighborhood where my son had his first bike ride independently, had that taste of freedom from his parents on 2 wheels. And I'm just wondering, also recognizing that there are many families in that neighborhood that have children with disabilities. I'm wondering about, and I asked this when this bylaw was passed, how would this project trigger administration to conduct a review against those community safety zone criteria that we passed?
Madame Boudreau, est-ce que vous êtes en mesure de répondre?
If it's We could evaluate and see if they meet the criteria as we had proposed to council, which council adopted, the policy council adopted. So we would have to assess and view if they meet those criteria.
Councillor Deacon?
Would that need to be requested by the council as a direction, or would that simply happen perhaps upon the project's completion?
That's a good question. I think generally speaking, I think it's pretty safe to assume that a council request would probably start the process. Correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Godin, without putting you on the spot.
Well, I believe that in the policy, that's how it's stated. That
Yeah.
If either a resident or council.
Yeah, if there is enough demand for that, that would be through a demand process, or a request process, I should say.
Thank you.
Merci. Councillor Lauren, no. Conseiller Lalonde.
I just want to confirm a couple of things, maybe one thing. In the case where an official plan amendment wasn't sought or wasn't granted, my understanding is that the property would then, developer would then be entitled to build what amounts to 24 units as opposed to the 38 that's in this current proposal, but 24 units right now without any official plan amendment would be permitted. I just want to verify that.
That is correct. He would also be entitled, the developer would also be entitled to go to the OLT as well. So in terms of what are the options for the, should it not go forward, that's correct. That is 24, Monsieur Moudreau, Mrs. Ball, yeah. Yeah.
OLT being the Ontario Land Tribunal.
That's correct.
For which they have a right to do. So 24 units as opposed to 38. We can expect that minimum 24 units, you add 2.5 cars to each of those units, or 2, you still have about 48 more vehicles on the street with the 24 units, recognizing that, and correct me if I'm wrong, recognizing that most units, most household apartment owners will have approximately 2 vehicles per unit, give or take, some have more. But is it reasonable to think that with 24 units, from a planning perspective, that looks like about 48 more vehicles?
I think it's not quite too. Monsieur Moudreau, c'est quoi le, y a-t-il un ratio que vous utilisez quand vous calculez ça? Ou?
Yeah, so there's a ratio based on the zoning, so the amount of apartment, there's a minimum required for that. This proposal, as mentioned, there's outside parking and inside parking, so as part of the overall site, it's not a big parking versus given that there's some inside. Also, it's apartment buildings, so there's a reduction base compared to a single-family dwelling, which may have some other units attached to that. So, as far as we know, the requirements are satisfied in that matter.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Lalonde.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily in regard to parking. I imagine all the parking that's required is being supplied. It's more about what could be expected, reasonably be expected to be in the term, in the sense of number of cars associated with the apartment building complex, if there was only 24. Is it, based on your guesstimate?
Yeah, it's safe to assume that, yes, more apartment leads to more cars, more traffic.
I think, Monsieur Moudreau, correct me if I'm wrong, Conseiller Lalonde, but are you saying what's the difference in number of cars with 38 versus 24? Is that what you're asking?
Not really. It's just to appreciate what 24 units can bring in terms of increased traffic. What does that look like? Does it look like 40 more cars on average? Or I mean, if you don't know the number or don't have an estimate or a ratio that can be applied, I think of in other areas where we had row housing and we got a lot more traffic than what was expected out of that, to the extent that we had to put parking only on one side of the street and not allowed on both because there were simply too many cars. So I'm applying some of that
Monsieur Boudreau?
rationale to this?
No, that's a great question, that's the, where we're coming in to require that traffic memo. There are peaks and lows, as we anticipate in the morning and in the evening when people come back to work or leave to go to work. So these are fairly typical what you see ongoing versus your weekend, which is more spread out. So the memo itself will take care of addressing or flagging if there's any issues related to the amount of traffic incoming from those development.
Conseiller Lalonde?
So in the case, just from my own education, in the case where the traffic memo light review study suggests that there's some real issues here, would the dealing with that issue with the traffic memo report rest with the planning department, or would it then have to come back to council?
Monsieur Boudreau? I think it's in line with the question I asked you originally.
Yeah, so depending on what the developer wants, so if I'm just throwing a scenario, there's a left turning lane that's being required or triggers. The example could be that it's those 2 extra units that will trigger that. So developer could say, you know what, I'm gonna keep it below that and won't need to produce the left turning lane. So there's a discussion, but at the end of the day, if it's required, it's required to build it to meet those requirements.
Thank you. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, I guess just to clarify for me, so a single-family dwelling has a allotted car capacity of what, 1.5? Is that what we use?
Monsieur Boudreau?
It's 2.
And for an apartment building, the parking requirement is 1?
It's 1. Yeah.
So from a parking requirement perspective, and the use for the calculations is single-family dwelling, we allocate for 2 cars. For an apartment, we allocate for 1.
As a minimum.
As a minimum. Thank you. Just
That's-
wanted, I think that's what we were
And that-
asking, so I wanted to make sure that we had.
And
that
that's based
information.
as a provincial standard? Is that a?
No, it's purely on the zoning, so each municipality has their own zoning. I mean, certainly, we recognize that, you know, we don't have public transit, so obviously cars is a very popular mode of transportation, so we try to we don't go below what it is right now.
OK. Monsieur Bourgon, vous avez quelque chose à rajouter?
Yeah, I'd like to add that the traffic flow, your counts are based on the traffic manual of the province.
C'est ça, j'allais.
So
OK.
it's a bit different than your parking, so your traffic flow will look at what type of apartment as well. If it's a 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. So there's different calculation for your traffic flow when it
Okay.
comes to the traffic memo.
Okay, so I'm just going to, anything else to add, members of council? I'm just going to summarize a couple of points just to make sure that I have a full understanding. So if I look at the public feedback piece that we received today and then over the past, there were questions around infrastructure capacity. So that's a non-issue, correct, on the infrastructure. And there was a question on privacy and shadowing impacts. Now, I think that the proponent is attempting to address those. I think that we're using standards that the proponent is, like the developer is using to address those, and those meet the requirements from our perspective, from Township's perspective, Monsieur Boudreau?
That's our understanding. It's for them to prove exactly how it's going to be shaped and produce in a report. So it's to them to demonstrate that it can be achieved. There may be some tweak to the architectural portion of the building to meet those, but to a minimum, they felt confident that they could meet those objectives.
Okay. And we as a township feel confident that they're meeting that requirement as we go through this process? I know it will come at the site plan where we see that?
Yeah, and I mean, the location of the building, so
The 17 meters?
Yes, so it's further closer to St. Moritz. I mean, the sun is to the south. This building, the single-family dwellings are on the south portion, so the shadowing will go more towards St. Moritz. So, but it still needs to be justified under a formal report to be reviewed by staff.
Okay. And then the other aspect was traffic volume and safety, and so there will be a traffic memo, I believe that's the proper term, that will come with that, so that will be reviewed. I think Councillor Deacon discussed the perceived flaws in some of the communication aspect, and so we're going to look at that closer. What's left in terms of the concerns raised for me, I just want to just maybe spend a little bit more time on this, is neighborhood compatibility and building height. And so I know that our bylaws allow the 5, and so the 5 is not really where I'm looking at discussing. It's more on the density piece. And so I just want to make sure that that I'm comfortable with that density piece. I know that our PPS is pushing us. I know in sections 1.1, 1.4, and 1.7 of the PPS are really pushing us and really binding our hands on this in terms of what we can and can't do in terms of increasing density, and that I get. The transition piece on the neighborhood compatibility aspect, Ms. Ball, I think you were able to answer my question, and I just wanted to kind of bring that out in the public just to make sure that we understand. So the density per hectare for that particular site based on 38 units is how much?
Thank you. So based on 38 dwelling units, the density per net hectare that is being requested is 84 units per net hectare.
Okay. And if I look at the across the street, at the condos that are there, those two, those condos, you had made a calculation based on, if you can just clarify that?
Of course.
I know I just read that before the meeting, so.
I had taken an approximate calculation, and this was based on the whole of the blocks that are across the street from subject property. There are 78 dwelling units across the street along St. Moritz, those condominiums. And based on my calculation of density, if we're looking at the whole of those dwelling units, in total, it's approximately 54 units per net hectare, all blocks
Per hectare.
in total.
Okay. And so when we talk at planning, planning in terms of neighborhood compatibility and transitioning and so on, how does that work versus, so on one side they have individual homes, on the other side they have this 54 per hectare. How does that, can you kind of walk me through how the compatibility piece works?
For sure. So in terms of transition, I mean, we look at a number of criteria. So looking at the detached dwellings at the rear of subject property, they are 2 stories in height. And as the developer had mentioned throughout the planning rationale and within my report, the building will have step backs incorporated in the building height. So you're actually looking at an angular increase in an angular plane, if I can call it that. So at the rear of the building face that otherwise faces those detached dwellings at the rear, you're going to have 3 stories in building height. And then it'll go to 4, and then it'll go to 5. So if we're looking at the detached dwellings at the properties behind subject property, they're 2 stories, and then you're going to have a building height of 3, 4, 5. So you have an angular transition, if I can call it that.
Okay.
Step or setbacks as well is something that we look at for transition. So as shown in the site plan, I believe the proposed building it will be 17 meters from that lot line shared with the properties at the rear, which is approximately the height of the building that they're proposing. So in terms of scale, it is quite a significant setback if you can consider it that. Transition also, you could look at it in terms of land uses. So there is a variety of land uses within distance of subject property. We're looking at stacked townhouse dwellings, detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings. So transition is there's multiple criteria that we review when we review transition, and that's just to name a few.
Okay. I appreciate the added insight. Thank you so much. All right. Any other questions, Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, I guess it comes to, how do we address this going forward, where a zoning allows for a certain amount of units in a certain area per hectare versus the official plan where it only allows allows either a smaller number based on the fact that it's low density versus medium density. It just to me, there was a problem well before this project was even brought up, where the two don't match. So how do we fix that going forward so we don't have to deal with situations of a mismatch scenario like this, right? Because in one circumstance, they're allowed to do something. In another circumstance, the developer is not allowed to do something. And how do you match the two?
Monsieur Boudreau?
Yes, thanks for the question. I mean, as we spoken about the province pushing for more intensification, so 15 years ago, not sure if that was been a need to build this type of structure in that project. But there's a big push by the province and demand for having more units within the village core. So we're fastly adapting to that. We're presenting a new OP, which will be followed by a new zoning. So, and I think one of the key is to have proper zoning to address some of these differences, possibly an R4 zoning, R3, R2, R1 with more specification in there to address some of those concerns. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to take a lesson from this proposal and try to fix it in our new zoning.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I look at this, I don't think we can look at this particular lot in isolation. We have to look at the entire subdivision that's being developed there. And that subdivision has a good number of single detached family homes, semis. It has row houses, stacked dwellings, and now it's an apartment building. As a community, I think that makes sense in having a larger, this type of range of development and buildings in that one subdivision. So to have this somewhere in the subdivision, I would expect to see that it wasn't planned originally in the original subdivision plan. That may be, but obviously there have been other factors. The 2024 PPS is one of them that is forcing it to have that. And I don't think it's out of place, one apartment building in this entire subdivision.
Okay, any final comments on this item? Conseiller Lalonde.
Yeah, maybe a couple of things. I just want a few comments. I certainly want to thank the group that came to make the presentation to help, sensitize us to how people feel about the community they live in or the neighborhood that they live in, what they'd like that to look like. I think that's important. We have development. We have a great, Mélanie Construction. I moved to Russell in '83. They were only building single-family homes then, and everyone enjoyed that. We were happy to see that, but they've evolved over time, which we're grateful for as well, on that side of the equation, to adapt and adjust to now what is needed today, which is semi-detached, sixplexes, apartment buildings. We're getting all of that stuff when we need it. And for those of us who worked on affordable housing, this is what we're looking for. And maybe to Councillor Armstrong's point, even in our new official plan, we're looking for a range of types of housing in every neighborhood. We don't want to see 3, 4, 5-story apartment buildings relegated just to one corner of the village. Any more than we want to see housing for developmentally disabled or for seniors pushed off to the corner. We want all that stuff integrated in every neighborhood if we can do that. We want workforce housing, which is apartment living, stuff that looks like affordable housing. We want all those neighbors to know each other, and so we want neighborhoods now that have a mix of all of this stuff necessarily incorporated. Does a 5-story building right now look a little out of place in this context? maybe a little bit, I don't know, it's out of the ordinary, it's a little unorthodox, but it's something that's needed. And with the new provincial policy statement that the mayor is referring to, we have to do more in that regard. It's trying to find that balance between what a neighborhood would like to see develop further. They're expecting to see a little more of the same kind of thing. And then there's the other side of the equation where we're looking for, we have 0.2% vacancy in rental apartment units. It's a kind of I wouldn't say a desperate situation, but we really need to work on that. We have people lining up waiting to get into rental apartment units that can't get into them. I mean, that touches my own family in that respect. So for me, the challenge today with this, and maybe this is the sign of things to come. Some of us worked on affordable housing. These are some of the things we wanted to see with the hope that when you put more units on a footprint, there is a chance that maybe the rental pricing gets some sort of relief accordingly. But it's about communication, though. I think I look at the new official plan, and I'll finish on that. I don't want to ramble on here, but I like now what we see in consultation in the new official plan under section 1.52. It's quite bold, but we did say as a township that that's what we want it to be. We want it to be a little more bold, but it's going to be looking for more public consultation with regards to planning and development, and especially when it comes to amendments, that would actually invite venues like open houses for the public to come out and really communicate, what it is they're looking for in a subdivision that's under construction, and more public engagement. And I think we're going to need that, because I think that what I've seen in this exercise is that maybe that there's a need for more of that, so that developers have a good idea of what their own customers and now their neighbors are hoping to see, but at the same time that the neighbors and the residents understand what the township is looking for here now. We want to see more apartment buildings. We prefer to see them in newer subdivisions as opposed to being dropped in between in an infill project. We are in new subdivisions and in mixed housing development design ideas, and I think this is a good place for it. But I'm going to hope that there's a chance for more input ideas and an opportunity for the public to have a little more say, if to the extent that that's possible to do. So I'll just leave it on that.
Merci, Conseiller Lalonde. Any final thoughts, members of council, on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to... Oh, sorry, Councillor Deacon.
I'd like to thank Councillor Lalonde for his comments, and at the last point, referring to the official plan and the work that's going to be done, the way that our community is transforming and will continue to transform, and all of these complexities around housing issues, neighborhood compatibility, safety. My hope out of this, having this come here in front of the public tonight, and council being at the front line of making a substantial decision like this that's going to impact so many lives, is that there are next steps on this, which is that there will be site planning done. There are other proposals that will come in the coming years, that follow the official plan, that may require amendments. You can't see into the future too far. But as a community, that community cohesion, that social capital that makes this such a special place to live, I don't want to lose that. And it's really unfortunate to hear from residents that they're thinking of leaving our community because of a matter like this coming to council. And I think it's on all of us in this room, all of us in this community, to be having those difficult, uncomfortable conversations sooner in what we want to see in our neighborhoods and in our communities. And that doesn't just solely rest on council. I'm putting that on my shoulders, inviting others in the room to do that as well and in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deakin. Councillor Laura?
Yeah, one final thing. So we're talking about all this, and it does. I mean, we've seen it over the last few years. Is the people that are living in subdivisions, as you buy your lots in the subdivisions, it grows. Those people were never there when that subdivision was originally approved. It's through the zoning bylaw process, the official plan process, that the public gets engaged. But the public that are there today are not going to be the public that are there down the road. So I'm going to urge again the developers to ensure that when people come in to buy your houses, which are in this community, very beautifully done, that if they ask the question, be honest with them and tell them what's going in certain blocks. And I know we've had that concern, and I know that I pushed for, and council agreed previously, to ensure that the zoning of an entire subdivision is done at the original process, not per phase. Because it used to be by phase, which then we would run into the situation of a multi-residential unit coming in, but it was always in the original plan, just maybe not disclosed as well as it should have. So, I think we all have to work together. We all have a responsibility. We all have to do our job in that sense. And, I'm hoping that through this process, we've learned some lessons, and we can ensure that we can fuse together some of those issues that are discrepancies today in the process that we're doing going forward. I don't know what it sounds for this one, that there seems to be approval for this one, and again, we have to look at it from a planning perspective, and we have to have a reason in planning to refuse when we do sit up here. And so far, unfortunately, for the people that are against the project, I don't hear that. And I will vote in favor of it. I'll state that now. I will vote in favor of the project. And I very much appreciate all the work that was done by the group that came up. And, I supported the fact that you should have been able to present your petition tonight. And I very much appreciate all the work that you guys have done. But that's my final comment on that. So thank you
very much. All right. We're going to move to item G. Demande de modification au règlement de zonage rapport PD 2025-14. Que le Conseil reçoive le rapport PD 2025-14 daté du 26 mai 2025 et approuve la modification au règlement de zonage visant à modifier le zonage du terrain en question d'une zone A2 à une zone A2-82 pour inclure les dispositions suivantes. L'usage résidentiel et ou une unité d'habitation accessoire sur le lot sont interdites et réduire la façade de lot minimum à 45 mètres. Quelque chose à rajouter là-dessus, M. Boudreau? Non. Questions, commentaires, membres du Conseil? Thank you. Moving to item H, zoning bylaw amendment. The Council received report PD 2025-15 dated May 26, 2025 and approved the zoning bylaw amendment to bylaw 2018-094 for the subject property for the following. Rezoning subject land for residential 2 zone with exception R229 to residential 2 zone with exception R230 to permit the construction of a semi-detached dwelling containing a total of 6 units, 3 each side. 2, reducing the rear yard setback to 7.5 meter, from 7.5 to 6.5 meters. 3, increasing the minimum ground floor for the secondary dwelling units to be equal or less to a GFA of the main unit. And 4, permitting a 4-doorway entrance in the front wall, 2 on each side. Monsieur Boudreau, anything to add on that one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to mention that this same request is also being submitted for another project. So this request is also for 8 lots within that subdivision. Happy to get questions or answer questions if needed.
Sure. So if you look at the design of it, there was issue raised at planning in terms of garbage removal. So how would that work? You know, because they're essentially sharing the same driveway in some cases. What's the process? Because we got quite a few containers nowadays. Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Donc, la collecte ne changerait pas comparativement à une unifamiliale ou une maison arrangée. Donc, in this case, if there's 2 or 3 units on one side, well, they would be, same for the water and sewer, it would be counted as 3 units. So they would receive
Certainly.
the appropriate amount of garbage
Yeah,
removal.
so
by
the
township.
services, yeah, so they have access to the services. My point is more of a practical, like I have the driveway space, and in some cases I have no other space. So am I putting this in front of my driveway and I can't back out my car? If I back out my
You
car?
move your container and you put it back.
Okay. I guess I'm spoiled where I am. I don't have to do that. Monsieur Boudreau?
But seriously, Mr. Mayor, we will be coming back to council in the second meeting of June to allow for those type of properties, instead of having, like, if I use a green bin as an example, and instead of having 3 green bins, well, there's gonna be an opportunity to have maybe 1 large bin, so it cover less footprint, but you still have the same quantity.
Okay, this is the first that we're seeing this type of building in our community. Monsieur Boudreau?
Yes and no, in the sense that technically the land does allow currently for a semi-detached dwelling. The province have adopted changes which allow for 2 secondary units. So there very well could be, without a zoning amendment, the same amount of units. The spread of the gross floor area would be different in the number of doors, but as part as garbage bin or whatever, it could still be the same in total.
So what you're telling me with the new PPS, every single residence in our community can have 3 doors, and we have no say.
As long as we have the capacity in the sewer and water to accommodate for those.
So based on that rationale, we have no say on this, and like it makes sense to do it this way. Is that correct?
The say is tonight is, I guess, the visual of the building itself. You wouldn't be, the zoning right now doesn't allow for having 4 doors in front, so you would have to be 2 doors on the side, only 1 in front per unit. And again, the gross floor area would be less for the secondary unit, whereas this one, it's spread evenly for the 3 units. So 6 in total.
Merci, Monsieur Boudreau. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Deacon.
This is more of a comment. I'm not sure if I expect a response. In the notes on this, it mentions that trees would be planted in the backyard. I don't understand that as something that council gets to make a decision on later on, or even tonight, in terms of if trees are planted, how many trees are planted, if they're chopped down. Like, you know, we're looking at a tree bylaw, and I see this coming in here, and when something like that is included in the report to council and we're deliberating on it, I think that it may give the public the impression that township staff or council is able to put that in writing with a developer. You know, there's other reports tonight that mention the possibility of affordable housing. Am I understanding that right, that saying a tree in a backyard does not pertain to the matter at hand that we're looking at tonight with this amendment that we're being asked to consider?
Monsieur Boudreau?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So correct, this is not part of the amendment. It was more as a suggestion by the developer to try and accommodate some of the concerns and issues. That being said, under the current agreement, normally there's trees, 1 per lot. I mean, in this case, that tree could be planted in the back. There could be some more, but to a minimum, there's also going to be fencing that was agreed upon the owner. But you are right in the sense saying that that tree could be cut down the next day, and pretty much it would be hard for the department to control that.
And council, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Council is also, in this case in particular, not going to see again the site plan or be able to impact it because of the number of units, and I understand that clearly. So my concern about this is when reports come to us with these site plan considerations, or otherwise, you know, I referenced the affordable housing, it does present the project as more appealing and gives the public perhaps the impression, like I appreciate that information coming forward. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that that materializes in the project. But I do have a concern with that sort of information coming with a report for these sorts of amendments, potentially also giving the impression that that factors into the decision that we're making on these, and they do not. So I'm just going to leave that there, that it's a concern I have, and I suppose I'll be looking into how other municipalities approach which information they include in such reports to council, or if there is a bit more screening or discernment with what is brought to the public and considered relevant for the decision in front of us.
Councillor Deegan, just to confirm, what you're saying is basically adding that really means nothing. And so why are we adding it, is what you're saying, correct? And I would agree with that. It looks nice on the report and everything, but really it shouldn't, there is no impact. There is no value, maybe some goodwill, but the day that whoever moves in there, they can remove it if it even gets there. Because we have no teeth to enforce that under the current situation. So I would agree with Councillor Deakin that, you know, presenting that at the reports really has no value. If anything else is more kind of a negative than a positive. Councillor Lalonde?
Just maybe related to that is, again, the challenge is, you know, trying to get this kind of housing in, which responds to a real need to, you know, you get a smaller footprint, you get an opportunity maybe to get costs down, and you get an opportunity to get people in that place for a little less than what they're having to pay now. But we have a landscaping provision in the new official plan, and the challenge that these newer sort of sixplex style homes present is that, you know, how do we incorporate some of that landscaping consideration into the new builds? I don't have a problem with the design per se, and I'm happy to see it going in a new subdivision, because people going in there will be seeing that kind of thing. I just want, and maybe less to the tree issue, but more to the landscape issue. We were able to, for instance, in another application, convince the developer to make adjustments to bring back a larger landscaped area, even at the cost of reducing an apartment or two, but to get that close to that minimum requirement back into the design for landscaping. I guess what I'm saying is this is going to be a real challenge going forward to sort of try and get more of those types of apartment units built, but at the same time, not at the expense of having to do away almost completely with the landscaping idea and all those things that we were being taught with consultants about the canopy and the rest of it. I mean, I know in this case the developer's famous for planting trees in their houses, and they look great. I'm just hoping there'll be a way to preserve and protect the notion of landscaping to go along with this. So this is a comment as well, more than it is anything else.
Merci. Any other comments, members of council? Seeing none. All right, item I is a very similar item, so zoning bylaw amendment report PD 2025-16. The council received report PD 2025-16 dated May 16th, 2025, and approved zoning bylaw amendments to bylaw 2018-094 for the subject property for the following rezoning: subject land residential 2 zone with exception R2 29 to residential 2 zone with exception R2 30 to permit construction of a semi-detached dwelling containing a total of 6 units, 3 on each side, reducing the rear yard setback from 7.5 to 6.5 meters, increasing the minimum ground floor area for the secondary dwelling units to be equal or less than the GFA of the main unit and permitting 4-doorway entrance on the front wall, 2 on each side. Any additional comments? Any other points, Monsieur Boudreau?
Just the only comment, if I may add, based on the comments from Councillor Deakin and Councillor Lalonde, just want to remind that the province took away some of our powers as a municipality in the days not too far ago. We had the opportunity to have a site plan control on these types of construction that was taken away. So I guess there's lots of changes, as you know, so we need to adapt quickly. And we're again focusing on our new zoning bylaw, which we're going to certainly work on these type of scenarios because this is what we're dealing with today. So we'll have an opportunity for council to suggest some ways to try and appease some of these concerns and trying to make it easier for everybody on that matter.
Merci. OK. Alors, moving to item J, zoning bylaw amendment report PD 2025-17, known as 967, 969, 971, 973 Notre Dame. So receiving the reports, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but council receives report PD 2025-17, dated May 26, 2025, and approved the zoning bylaw amendment from Village Core VC to Village Core Zone with special exception VC 61, and with the exceptions listed on the agenda. So this is for a 33-unit, 4-story. There was a note issued at the counties around the first floor requirement for commercial use, and I understand the argument that planning was proposing that there is no commercial there currently, and so we're not taking away any commercial, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we are redeveloping there, and I still think there's value in that requirement of commercial. We are seeing a transformation of the main street, and I think it's important that we do that the way it's supposed, the way the zoning requires it to do. Monsieur Boudreau?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, it's an interesting question. The main street is Notre Dame, so obviously this is where we want to have the focus of commercial. In that same vein, we need people to go to these businesses. So it's a fine balance. There's no magic answers in this one, but this is the recommendation that was based from planning based on the request that was submitted. But your point is well taken.
Merci. Question, commentaire, Councillor Armstrong, and then Councillor Lauren.
My big comment for the no commercial was, this is Village Core, and that was my concept of what a Village Core was, in that there would be this amalgamation of commercial space with residential space. And that's just what I'd like to see as much as possible throughout the Village Core area. And I object to removing the commercial space, just based on that alone.
Thank you. Councillor Lauren?
I struggle with this one, and I said it at the planning meeting, so I'm not going to talk out of turn. Yes, I would agree that, taking away a commercial requirement for the main level of a multi-residential is something that we probably shouldn't do in the Village Core. However, it also takes businesses to go into those locations. And we see empty spaces in multi-residential units already in the municipality. So if there is a waiting list for people to go in, then I am sure that the developers that are putting these buildings up would be happy to rent them out, because the money is the same, whether it's a residential unit or a commercial unit from a rental perspective. However, the businesses aren't there knocking at the door to go in at the cost of the rental space that's there. So I struggle with, if we say no, nothing goes on there. There's no commercial, and we maintain just the residential property tax or tax base that we have there now. or we get a multi-unit facility that that generates more taxation to the township. It brings more people to the municipalities from a densification perspective. We increase that, more people potentially spending money in our community for other businesses that already have a footprint in our community. And until there's an absolute need, I think we should be agreeing to this type of a request because it's there in front of us right now. We had two other units further down the road I believe they were still in the village core, if I'm not mistaken. They were at the corner of Santenau and Notre Dame, and they stayed empty for years because there was no commercial request to go into those units. So they built multi-residential there, and the places are rented, they're sold, and we've increased taxation on those areas, and we've had more people in the community buying and spending in the community. So I respect your position on it. I disagree with it. I think that we have the ability to have a productive area, change to that area. You know, we have the residential houses there now. That will be turned into something else. Otherwise, you're not getting your commercial, either way, right? Unless they build it and put the residential in the bottom, which I don't believe that would happen. And if it does, it will remain empty. And at whose cost does it remain empty, right? That means rent for everybody else in that unit goes up, because they have to make sure that they cover off the cost of that entire facility. So that's where, for me, while I struggle with it because we've had that issue before, but because we're not taking away our commercial footprint today, I believe that we should be moving forward with this project, and I will vote in favor of this.
Thank you, Councillor Lauren.
Thank you.
Councillor Deacon.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Lauren. Reading through the report, that was a concern that I had, and appreciated the reference to the fact that there is no commercial there. We are not net losing commercial in our village core. This is about business, and I think that free market is going to reign and determine when the value of that property will be such that folks want to go in and put commercial on that first floor, which could happen in the future. Again, with more density, with more people walking that street, with a beautiful newly done Notre Dame for folks to be doing their shopping on their main street. As well, reflecting that township does play a role in a couple of ways of inciting, incentivizing commercial in our village cores through the community improvement plan for village core, which we did review and increase the amounts for recently. On that point, though, I do have a question. To what extent does township play a role in supporting businesses to determine where they can establish themselves when they're looking for commercial property projects that, you know, the buildings that are already existing in village core or future projects to come? I'd just be curious to know if there is a sort of matchmaking role that, for example, the eco-dev aspect of administration may be playing to support and again, incentivize and socialize what the need for commercial is in our village core with developers.
Thank you. Monsieur Dagenet, I know that we are developing a strategic plan for eco-dev aspect. I know we use zoning in terms of commercial availability of locations, and but I'll let you answer the rest of that.
Well, when we do have requests, I would say probably a couple every month of different business trying to find room or areas to pour s'implanter ici là, dans la municipalité. Nous, on a une liste des endroits qui sont disponibles. Fait que si les gens ils nous informent qu'ils ont des endroits loués, ben on est capable de les ajouter à la liste puis on les réfère. Fait que, mais je sais que présentement, quand on a eu des discussions pendant la discussion stratégique pour le plan d'éco-dev, on a reçu le feedback que les entrepreneurs trouvaient qu'il manquait
D'espace.
d'espace
Ouais,
présentement.
exactement. Any other comments on this aspect, Conseiller Lalonde?
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I'm not conflicted with this one at all. I think, you know, when we were pushing a year ago with the concept of sort of integrating community with economic development so that we could talk about things all in the same sentence, community and economic development. So it's not about this or that, it's about this and that. And I guess to the point that there was no commercial development there was no building, there was no one willing to go in there, make an offer to the landowner to take it over their, take it off their hands and put something in there. So what we had is a vacant lot. So not even a catch-22, it answers the question on providing more housing, rental type housing. It puts all those residents, those new residents on the main street in close proximity to walk-in shopping. So the commercial businesses that are there right now are going to benefit from 40, 50, 60 new residents knocking on their doors to go in and look at the stuff. So, you know, it's going to be a little bit of this and a little bit of that from time to time. And in this case, it's going to be apartments, and I have no conflict with that or whatsoever. Again, to the notion of community and economic development, it checks all the boxes for me. Thanks.
Merci, Conseiller Lalonde. I would like to just mention to Council that I'm really appreciative of all the different points of view that are coming across. And so I find that we are, I think, doing a good job looking at this. I'm still struggling with the no commercial on the ground floor. We have a request here with 6 different exceptions requested as part of our current plan requirements, and I'll leave it at that for now. And I understand that there is no net loss to it, but as someone who took the initiative of writing the importance and value of commercial and industrial development, I'm struggling with that one. Any other comments on this? Is there a request to pull this item? Hearing none, we'll, before we move to item K, because we've been going for a couple hours, we're going to take a pause for the cause. It's 8:06. We'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 8:16. Thank you.
We have a quorum, so we can get.
C'est comme aller à la récréation, personne ne revient à temps, là. I wasn't looking at anyone. I'm still waiting for Councillor Lauren. No, we're still waiting for Councillor Lauren.
You're actually progressing fairly well through the agenda.
Mhm. All right. C'est bon, Monsieur Savoie, on est bon? Oui. OK. Merci. Alors, on tombe on tombe à l'item K. Township Russell Official Plan Update, Report PD 2025-04. So this project was, that council received the report dated May 26, 25, and approved the Township of Russell Official Plan, and that the official plan be sent and adopted along with the record as required under the Ontario Planning Act to the United Counties of Prescott and Russell for final approval. So this project, I believe, was initiated in May through a public process. We did have an open house on February 12th and a public meeting at the Planning Advisory Committee on April. In April, I would thank you very much, Monsieur Boudreau, for all the work that's gone into that and to the whole team. In terms of that, I would pass the floor to you on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, membre du Conseil. So yes, appreciate the thanks on that. Lots of time and effort was put into it. Also, we did work with our consultant from WSP, who was over there from the start and to the finish. So we went to the requirements of the Planning Act, such as the kickoff meeting, the open houses, the public meetings, and here we are here tonight with a final product to be hopefully adopted by council. Just want to note that from the initial version, there were some changes made, and those were influenced by comments that were provided by the public agencies and even members of council. So changes that we felt were appropriate in discussion with WSP were included in order to reflect some of these concerns and questions. And this is the product that we have available for adoption. Just want to make sure that to point out that we are somewhat restricted in what we can or can't put into this document. The first objective was to comply with the United Counties Official Plan, which was revised in 2023, and also to try to catch up to the PPS that were changed also by the province in 2024. So as far as I know, we are the first municipality in Prescott-Russell to have our new OP to be in compliance with both the PPS and the county's OP. So we're happy to take any questions if need.
Okay, and just clarification on process moving forward past this. So once this comes through this council, and assuming we receive approval, then it goes to counties for approval. And once the counties approve, then we move to a zoning review of all our zoning bylaws. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the United Counties are the approval authority, so they'll and they've been from the get-go. So the initial consultation was with them to see what was expected from us. So we were guided by the counties to ensure that we were on the right path for this. So they're expecting this type of official plan. And as you mentioned, our next step is to target the zoning bylaw to reflect some of the policies and some of the changes, and also to try and catch up with the changes that the province have made throughout their review.
OK, merci. Alors, au niveau timeline pour le zoning bylaw review, on parle d'environ à l'automne 2025, c'est ça?
C'est un exercice aussi qui ça peut être long, mais quand je dis long, on veut faire s'assurer qu'on touche à tous les points. Je vais lancer 1 an comme objectif. Ça peut être plus rapide ou plus long, mais c'est ce qui est visé. Encore une fois, là, il y a les mêmes types de processus à suivre, là, les consultations publiques, et de s'assurer qu'on respecte la loi à ce niveau-là. Il faut aussi travailler avec nos consultants pour s'assurer que nos dispositions sont conformes non seulement au plan officiel, mais aussi celui de la DPP, et de s'assurer que la cartographie est aussi reflétée. Il y a eu le dernier exercice a eu lieu en 2018. Beaucoup de modifications ont eu lieu depuis. Alors, s'assurer qu'on n'oublie pas là, ces modifications-là qui vont réapparaître sur le nouveau zonage.
Okay, and before I pass it on to council for questions, I had a question pertaining to the groundwater recharge area in our industrial park. I know that we have an item coming for that, and but because those two are somehow related, the exceptions that are in the official plan, I believe under section 4.75 from A to P, are all exceptions of what we would allow in the industrial park or in that area that's considered the groundwater recharge area. Those exceptions are in our official plan, and they will come out in the zoning bylaws eventually. Is that correct?
Assuming that they will approve as is, that's the plan, is to incorporate those through the zoning to have the specifics of what is permitted and not permitted within these zones.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Armstrong.
I might as well start things off. You may well know, I'm very much in favor of a higher density development within the township. Do we know what the density of our settlement areas are as they stand right now in terms of units per hectare?
Monsieur Boudreau, like as a complete total, you mean, per?
Yes, and we can break it down by subdivision later on, but right at the moment, I'm worried to look at the township as a whole in our settlement areas. Those areas that are zoned residential,
Yes,
of course,
of course.
not industrial.
Yeah, okay. Monsieur Boudreau?
Yes, thank you for the question, Mr. Councillor Armstrong. We don't have the specific numbers, but I can certainly say, based on the previous plan subdivision that were approved in development, that the low density was targeted 10, 15 years ago. So we have a lot of catching up to do in order to meet some of these densities. We are seeing there's a demand for that because based on our building permits, we're seeing a lot of row housing, more semi-detached. So we're kind of meeting those targets and even sometimes going a little bit beyond depending on the month. So we're on the right path on that. And the outcome of that is to prevent having to go further into ag land to expand our village limits. So that's the good of that intensification.
Yeah, and you've hit exactly my concern is going into valuable agricultural land, because we know that in reality is the majority of this township is valuable agricultural land.
So I think on the point that Councillor Armstrong raised, is there a way for us to maybe benchmark our density as maybe not the entire municipality, and maybe it is practical based on all residential areas, and so that moving forward we can measure that, are we doing better or not, or if that's something of value, or maybe on a per village basis, je sais pas, là, mais based on the comments that Councillor Armstrong has brought forward, I think there is value in us, certainly at this table, to understand that we're moving in a certain direction or not. Is that something that's possible, Monsieur Boudreau?
Yes, thanks for the question. What we're seeing right now is new plan of subdivision. They're bigger lots, bigger areas, so it's easier to allow for a variety of development and to meet some of those targets that are in the county's OP and also in the Russell OP. So it certainly make it easier on us to have a better planning based on the larger size. You will see some of the odds that they're little lots, some of the infills where you're probably going to see some more intensification. But if we look at a new plot of land that's vacant, that's seeing a new subdivision, that's the focus, is to have the right repetition of intensity, as low, single, and so forth.
Ce que je cherche à te poser comme question, c'est est-ce qu'on peut avoir comme un benchmark pour Embrun? Ça, c'est notre current density as of 2025. If we take all residential divided by number of doors or whatever and then look at that on an annual basis kind of thing, in terms of looking, are we intensifying, increasing or not? Is that something that's easy to do?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le maire. Oui, effectivement, on a commencé à regarder plus en détail là, les data qu'on reçoit pour justement s'assurer qu'on est vraiment là, sur la bonne piste. Puis c'est plus facile avec le GIS d'essayer de produire des rapports, s'assurer qu'on suit ça. Mais oui, depuis 2 ans, là, on fait vraiment un focus avec des pie charts, s'assurer qu'on est vraiment, là, on touche les cibles là, qui sont visées.
OK. Conseiller Armstrong, follow-up?
Yeah, and I'll let other councillors go and I get my questions asked.
OK, merci. Councillor Deacon.
I just want to echo the recognition of all of the hard work that's gone into this draft official plan, and not an easy target to hit necessarily with so many changes happening at the provincial level as well. I also am thinking a lot about measurement, right, and ensuring that township administration is doing as much to measure, because a plan is great, but if you don't have the right, if you don't have a lot of tools to measure properly, if you don't have your measuring tape, it's going to be pretty hard to look at this at the next cycle and be able to reflect upon not just what the baseline was, what the outcomes were, but really importantly, what impact did actually the township have on whatever we're looking at in terms of density in the next cycle of review. Just want to acknowledge that it's my understanding that there's quite a bit of limitation on both the measurement side as well as picking apart through that measurement and what comes out the other side, how much of it the township can really take credit for at the end of the day. What I'm really glad to see, you have to start churning through these processes somehow and moving towards better metrics. And I am happy to see in this draft a commitment, as well as the county's level, for annual reporting, if I'm not mistaken, which will enable, I think, both the county's level and the township to start having those essential conversations on evaluation of the outcomes of the plan. Monsieur Boudreau earlier referred to this draft in front of us, bringing us up to speed with the provincial, the PPS, provincial planning statement, policy statement, and the county's OP. Isn't it true, though, that the county's OP is not up to date with the PPS, or has that, I would just like to hear more on the reality of the cascade here, and there is a fairly fresh PPS. I don't believe that the county's OP is there, and so therefore ours is also not reflecting the PPS of the day.
Monsieur Boudreau?
Yes, thanks, and that's a good question. So we are all aware that the counties was adopted their official plan in 2023, and that was adopted by the province, and afterwards they adopted new policies. So they need to go through the exercise of updating their OP to catch up to these PPS. We've incorporated, with their blessing, some of those to ensure that we're on there, some that did not cause conflicting with both OPs. But we may very well see, I guess I'm going to call it a tweak, just once the counties do their update, we might probably going to need to tweak some of our policy to catch up to that. But all parties are well aware of that.
Merci.
And just to follow up on that, this is what I mean about the sort of the lunar landing with things changing all the time. And I appreciate that extra likely day-to-day work that you're doing, trying to make sure that that's as updated as a document as possible. When we're looking at zoning amendments, official plan amendments coming now, are we looking at pieces that are referring, like when you cite the provincial, the PPS, I'm not going to deal with the acronym again. When you cite that, is that the current one, or is that the one that informs the official plan of the counties and therefore ours?
Monsieur Boudreau?
Yes, thank you. And that's depending on this, what's being proposed, but as a hierarchy, it's the PPS, the OP of the counties, and then the municipality, either with their own OP or through the zoning. So we have to follow these 3 steps, but the PPS is the main, our starting point to review our application. But we need to comply to all, so as you may very well see, sometimes we need to amend our official plan because the policy right now does not reflect, and we need to amend it to make sure that it complies to that document.
Thanks. I just have one more
Yes,
question,
go
if
ahead,
I may,
Councillor.
because I have residents looking at the maps, the settlement areas, the employment lands that are in this draft. And we're following the PPS as best we can, the county's OP as best we can. But there is also a recent provincial change in terms of how lands can be redesignated between official planning cycles, if I'm not mistaken. So some residents, especially those along those borders of the village settlements, for example, are contacting me nervous about, they're seeing what's happening tonight, and it's not necessarily surrounding their property, but they're nervous about the potential for redesignation of lands to happen any old time between these planning cycles, whereas I think the process was more rigorous prior to that new provincial legislation. So I just would like to hear for those residents who may have some nerves about what tonight and this draft plan means, and what could be done next week, next month, next year in terms of redesignation. I'd like to hear a little bit more about what that process would look like and what rigor is applied to evaluating a potential redesignation between the OP cycles.
Thank you. So definitely the province has made it easier to do that. Monsieur Boudreau, perhaps you can give the full details of that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that's correct. They made some recent changes in the last BPS in order to allow for expansion at any time, whereas before it was only through the comprehensive review of unofficial plans. So that was the major change in the 2024 PPS. That being said, the same process as part of an amendment is still remains, and they still need to provide the same justification in order to get an expansion being approved, not only by this township, but it also at the counties, because you need to amend both the counties and also the township OP to satisfy to allow for an expansion. You raise about the gathering data. We've been speaking, township and the counties have been working in a better fashion to keep up with the population growth. So we keep more data, and that's a great indicator if there's a need or not to expand the settlement boundaries. So in a nutshell, it's easier, but not as simple as it seemed on the overhead.
It has to meet all the same requirements. In other words, it can't be up to a council even, or whether a majority of council to decide, hey, let's do that, because it still has to meet the planning requirements, right? Like in terms of capacity and so on. And then after that, it still has to, once it goes through council, it would still have to go through county level and so on. So it's still a relatively rigorous process. Go ahead, Councillor Deegan.
That's reassuring to hear. And I just have one follow-up in that case with the referral to the comprehensive review that was done at the counties level that is informing the settlement, it is a factor certainly in the settlement boundary expansion that we're seeing for designated lands here. Would the counties and the township staff, when they're looking at a request for a redesignation, would they be looking at the Hempson report that influenced and looking at whether we're tracking with the projections in that Hempson report? That would be a factor in determining if it's ahead of schedule, that there may be something entertained. If it's behind schedule, if it's behind the projections, for example, then that's a benchmark or something to be looking at and considering with rigor.
Mr. Boudreau?
Yes, absolutely. The Emson report is one of the main benchmark to justify or not the expansion of a settlement area. Again, the official plan was adopted in 2023, so that's not too far. There's been construction, but the official plan was planned for over 20 years. So I think we're quite safe for a few years before we reach that gap that there may be a need to expand the settlement area. But for the time being, I don't think it wouldn't be accepted by either the counties as part of a requirement.
Merci, Monsieur Boudreau. Yeah. Other questions? Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, along that vein, if we ask to approve an expansion of the settlement area and it goes to the counties and they have to amend their plan, Does that mean the minister still has to approve the amendment to the county's plan?
Monsieur Boudreau?
Certainly, the ministry is part of the review process, so they could ultimately appeal whatever decision is coming out from the counties if ever they feel it's not meeting the PPS. So that could be
Any other questions on this item? Seeing none, Conseiller Lalonde?
I just want to quickly thank staff too. I had a number of questions flowing in from time to time over the last couple of months, and some of the ideas were retained, some great explanations were given. I just want to really thank you for the work there. Responses were also very timely, so much appreciated.
Merci, Conseiller Lalonde. Conseiller Armstrong?
Yeah, one last area that concerns me is the groundwater recharge area. We've looked at it in fair detail, and it will come up again on another item. In the industrial park area. But the actual groundwater recharge area that is on the, I think it's SNC's map, actually covers a much larger area of the township than just that portion of the industrial park. It covers most of the township's area of Limoges. Are there any considerations, maybe not in the official plan, but in zoning, for restricting what activities can occur in the groundwater recharge area as it expands over Limoges area?
Merci. Monsieur Boudreau?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just wanted to point out that the hierarchy of this designation came through the 2023 official plan. So when the new official plan came in, that new designation appeared. So before that, we didn't have any knowledge of that. So this is a new designation that's been appearing. We are the only municipality that has restriction or proposing restriction based on that, because we've done the exercise of that water recharge exercise, which we're proposing new restrictive policy in our OP. So all other lands within the counties are still need to catch up to that. Certainly, it's a great question as what we're going to do our zoning exercise. Will there be need to do that? Certainly, that request to have the water recharge was provided by South Nation. Counties accepted, they included that. So we are working with that agency to see if there's a need or not to go any further on that. Even the water recharge study was shared with them to see if they have any comments, and here we are today.
Merci. Councillor Armstrong, follow-up?
It's nice to know that we're in the lead here, and it's also concerning to know that we are in the lead here, because that is a bit of a concern for a huge portion of the United Counties.
Thank
so,
you.
Anyway, thank you.
Merci. Other comments on this item? Seeing none? Oh, Councillor Deakin?
Just have to get in my 2 cents about that last comment as well. It's been focused on the groundwater recharge area. I just want to make clear that we are not, there are other areas of United Counties who have done local wetland mapping. And so I'm glad to see the enabling language in this draft to enable local wetland mapping, especially when citing Limoges and the water there. So we're not in the lead in that regard. Looking to Alfred Plantagenet in particular.
Merci, Conseiller Deakin. Okay, so moving to item L, grant application report.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes.
Can I add something?
Yes, you may.
Just to say, number 16 on this item, the bylaw, does not have in the package the official plan itself and all these schedules, but it will be added to the bylaw. It's just, it would have been too big to have it at the report and at the bylaw, so I just wanted to mention it. The bylaw says it's the official plan and the schedules attached to it.
Okay,
so
I understand.
It's the same.
It's the same schedules, but when we accept it, yeah, that's fine, I understand. Thank you for adding that context. Okay, moving to item L. Safe to move? Yeah? Yeah, okay. All right, item L, grant application report. The council receives report CSASFS 2025-07, dated May 26th, 2025, for information purposes. Monsieur Dagenet, à vous la parole.
Oui, un rapport un petit peu moins pesant ce soir. Fait que ça présente le rapport comme quoi qu'on a appliqué sur à peu près 18 octrois en 2024. Des octrois qui ont été appliqués par tous les différents départements. Fait que ça démontre que tous les départements cherchent à aller chercher le plus de revenus possible, pas seulement se fier à soit la taxation ou la croissance. Donc, puis on a quand même un taux de réussite de plus de 50% en 2024. Donc, c'est positif. Puis on a un de nos gros gains, ça a été un octroi de plus de 6 millions pour
Pour les ronds-points ou le...
Ouais, la rénovation. Bien, pas la rénovation, la reconstruction du chemin, la 300.
Ah, c'est ça, exactement. Carrefour giratoire, on dit en français, right? OK. Questions, commentaires, membres du conseil? Conseillère Deegan?
I see that in terms of the operational grants, the OMPF is declining year over year, and I'd like to be reminded what is that grant, and if we can expect a continued decline in the coming years from that program.
Monsieur Dagenet?
Oui, c'est un grant qu'on reçoit de la province. C'est pour nous aider avec notre fonds de roulement. Puis, oui, il diminue à chaque année d'à peu près 15%.
Merci. Conseiller Lauren.
Yeah, so I mean, this is something that I appreciate that we're getting these reports on grant applications. That's something that I know council over the years has always asked for, to ensure that we're always looking for grant application requests for a lot of our capital projects to help offset the cost to our local taxpayers. Excuse me. As well, we have the, sorry, I lost my train of thought for 1 second.
I can come back to you.
Yeah, get back to me in 1 second.
Okay, we can come back to that item. Any other questions or comments on this item? I know that we have, okay, I was going to stall for you there.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Lauren.
Sorry. And on top of that, not only was council looking to ensure that we were applying for all these grants, I think there was always questions from residents on whether or not we were maximizing the ability to apply for grants and looking to offset some of those costs. So these reports reassure us that, yes, the staff is looking at every opportunity. We've hired external consultants to help us on other projects as well, on other grant applications and reviews. So we can see the benefits of those efforts on a going forward basis. So very much appreciated that we're seeing the fruits of those efforts.
I'm glad at the commentary, Councillor Lauren, because I think certainly from watching administration, they are regularly scouring opportunities for grants, and as you mentioned, we had the consulting firm that has shown us some really good results so far, and I'm confident that we're going to see some continued results in that way, because we are putting the energies and some resources towards it. And so that grant of $6 million for the 300 is a great example of that. And we hope to be here talking about more positive ones down the road. As we know, as if you look at the report, there's a few outstanding ones we're waiting for. So excellent. Any other commentary on this? Merci beaucoup. Alors, on tombe à l'item M. That council received report CSASFS 2025-11 dated May 26, 25, and acknowledge the receipt of the final financial report for 2024. So we have a minor surplus there, and based on the directions provided in December, that surplus will be allocated as discussed. Anything else, Monsieur Dagenet, in terms of the financials? No? So just for public consumption, I believe the surplus was about 144,000 roughly, and so it's being split 52,000 to cover the 24 by-election, 77 for the insurance reserve. We had required to do that, and about 15,000 to reduce long-term debt associated with the snow dump facility. I believe that's in the report. Any questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Deakin, and then Councillor Armstrong.
I have a couple of questions looking at the reserves. I wanted to take the opportunity to take a close look at that third schedule. And the grand total of reserves is declining. There was a dramatic decline between 2022 and 23, and another decline in 2024, although not nearly as dramatic. Just at 4,000 feet, is that to be expected given the capital projects that we're undertaking? Were there surprises there in where our reserves are at in terms of our overall financial strategy?
I think that's a great question. I think a big part of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Dagenet, is related to the fact that we started working on the rec complex, that it started taking up a lot of that money. But Monsieur Dagenet, anything to add specific to that?
Well, yeah, like you've mentioned, the rec complex. Right now, we're trying to use as much as in our reserve to pay for the construction. So we're saving on interest payment from the loan for the construction loan, yes. So, but everything's in line right now, and we're. I know, Madame Deakin, you've asked me to send you an updated report on where we stand for our reserve in 25. So it'll be part of our in the next council meeting. We'll put it as an update.
OK, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Dagenet.
Oui, merci.
Right, c'est bon. Do I have someone on this side? Yeah.
She asked my question.
Oh, okay, excellent. So no other question for this item? Excellent. Moving to item N, que le Conseil reçoive le rapport CSAS AM 2025-01 daté du 26 mai à titre d'information. Ça, c'est sur la modification au budget d'infrastructure 2024, Q4, rapport CSAS AM 2025-01. Anything to add around that, Monsieur Dagenet?
Non, rien à ajouter.
Merci. Questions, commentaires, membres du Conseil? Seeing, hearing none. Thank you. All right, moving to item O, Plan directeur du transport, rapport ISPW 2025-10. That council receives this report dated May 26, 2025, and approved to issue the notice of completion for the transportation master plan and to start a 30-day review period. So just to recap, and correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Bourgon, this process started in March 2024. We had public meetings in June of 24 and then in March of 25. This next stage, if it's approved tonight, will go into a public review for 30 days. So we're just receiving it right now. That's correct?
Mr. Master, yes, that's correct. So it's received by council, and so we can so staff can proceed to the next step and having that 30-day review period.
Perfect.
And as like we did for our water and sewer master plan, the plan would be to come back to council at a later date with a breakdown of the capital projects. We want to make sure that all those findings are included in our DC study bylaw, and anything that would need to be included in future budgets.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Monsieur Landry for this process. I would also like to acknowledge the advisory committee members for this process. So Councillor Deakin, Ken Dilworth, Nikki Phelps, and Carole Miette, which were all involved in this process. So there was a good background of residents and community engagement on that. And I believe that the report is really well structured in terms of the short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals. There's a fair bit of requirements around that, but it seems quite comprehensive, so I'm really happy to see that moving forward. Any questions, members of council? Councillor Deakin?
Transportation and traffic safety are top issues that I hear from residents, and I'm sure I'm not alone at this table in fielding many concerns. And this was an excellent process to be involved in. I want to thank staff as well as please pass along to the consultants just the appreciation of their level of detail, their reception of comments from the committee, their demonstration of collaboration with various members of departments of the administration, as well as counties and the public as well that came to open houses and engaged in the process. I'm very pleased with the outcome and more so even the process that went into it. Nikki Feltz, Ken Dilworth, and Carol Miette are absolutely knockout volunteers. I was routinely humbled by the consideration, the thoughtfulness, the level of preparation that they brought to committee meetings. I just can't say enough good things about their participation. Transit came up, and it's come up a couple of times recently. I was just wondering, in particular, that one's not necessarily tied to an immediate capital project. So I'm wondering on that question in particular, what are the next steps around a discussion or exploring our community's transit needs and opportunities?
Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. So there's a few recommendations in that full documentation, but obviously, there's more steps to come back to council. There's a few more in-depth studies really in that aspect to be explored. So staff will bring forward in the next budget exercise.
Monsieur Leakey?
Thank you.
Merci. Commentaire, Conseiller Lalonde.
Yeah, on the same subject of the transit, we had a joint meeting of our Accessibility Advisory Committee and our Seniors Advisory Committee. And just to point out, I mean, the minutes of that meeting will be available to council at its next meeting, but transit figured very prominently. A lot of concern, a lot of interest around that, and so we'll be bringing that forward and looking, you know, this obviously will affect future budgets, but a lot of excellent ideas too and references to models that are working in other communities that we might consider adopting down the road. It'll obviously, like I say, have budget implications, but it's the number one issue with both those committees, seniors and accessibility, which also brought in youth into those committee discussions, recognizing how important it is to them too. So I'm looking forward to tying those committee comments and recommendations in with the transit plan in the master plan.
Merci. Any other comments on this item? Councillor Armstrong.
Just to reinforce Councillor Lalonde's comments, the seniors do have a great deal of concern about lack of transit. We talked about driveway spaces, etc., but as you get older, you have less transportation options because you often find yourself not able to drive. So this is one of the things that our seniors are very concerned about, and as well, people with other mobility problems have the same concerns. Transit is key, and again, as we keep growing, there is going to be a point where we're going to go over a threshold and we're going to need to invest in some sort of a public transit system, even if it's just within the community.
So I know we've had a couple of different iterations over the years that I've been involved with some with more success than others, but I agree that it's certainly within the community there is a requirement there. Councillor Lauren?
That's where my thoughts were going to go at that point is around the thought process of, is it intra-community, so within Russell Township Transit, or is it within the county, or is it from Russell to Ottawa, or sorry, Russell Township to Ottawa? Or, I mean, because we did have a publicly funded public transit system to Ottawa, but we know that was stopped during the COVID time, and we know now the requirements for federal government working is different, changed, will still continue to change. We don't know where it's going down the road, so it all depends on when we say transit. It's not an all-encompassing word. We need to define when we talk transit, because your definition of transit and your definition of transit may be different than my definition of transit. So I just want to make sure that when it comes back, that we're talking about the different iterations of transit.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you? any follow-up?
I'm ready to move. I know from the seniors committee, most transit is within our communities, but there are some exceptions to that. And one of the big ones is to our major healthcare facilities that we have very little of within our township. So that could be the hospital, Winchester, Montfort, and all of the ones in Ottawa. But as for transit to downtown Ottawa or shopping, that's not quite the same issue as you point out. And that's completely different from what I'm seeing in the seniors committees.
Yeah, so definitely some more to bring back on that. I know, as Councillor Lawrence said, we also had a regional transport for a while, and there was, very little uptake on it at the time. But I mean, times are changing. We are growing, as you allude to. So definitely more discussion on that item as we move forward. Okay, moving to item P, service de base visant à la construction de logements, Housing Enabling Core Services, HEC Report ISPW 2025-11. That Council receives this report dated May 26, 25 and approve the proposed bylaw authorizing the execution of the agreement between the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Township of Russell related to the HECS funding. And so in February, just for the public, the township did receive approval for a grant that will cover 50% of the eligible expenses for the project at the 4 intersections on 300. So a project, so that was about $6.34 million. And so before we can get started on that, we have to enter into an agreement with the Ministry of Infrastructure. Anything else to add to that, Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Non, donc on en a parlé plus tôt dans la rencontre. C'est un pas de plus là, afin d'avoir le financement pour le projet auquel on a le droit le financement de la province.
Excellent, merci. Questions, commentaires, membres du conseil là-dessus? Non?
Monsieur le Maire?
Oui?
Number 16 will also have the same thing as the other. This funding agreement was attached to the report, where it's like 40 pages.
Yes.
So the bylaw says attached as Schedule A, so it will also be attached.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup pour la clarification. Okay. Item Q, Underground Water Recharge Report, ISPW 2025-12. That Council received report ISPW 2025-12 dated May 26th and acknowledge receipt of the Underground Water Recharge Study. Monsieur Bourgon, anything to add?
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. So, we've touched on that specific study earlier in the official plan. Really it's to council to receive and to be aware of that study. It was shared to our public. It was reviewed by the United County of Prescott-Russell, South Nation, and the ministry. And none of those three agencies had any comments and support the fact that we did that study. Our next step will be, like we've mentioned earlier, to implement some restriction in the zoning bylaw. And we have recommendation to put in under the site plan as well for the stormwater management facilities.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bourgon. Questions, commentaires, membres du conseil? Councillor Deacon.
Thanks. I just have a few questions. So under section 1.2.1 of the report, it refers to the aquifer as highly vulnerable. And then later in that same section, it refers to the risk as moderate. And so I'm not an expert in water, and I'm looking at that, and that looks like it's telling me two different things. So I'd like to get a sense just in plain language, what is, if you're able to, if administration's able to answer through you, Mr. Mayor, what is the difference, or could I, if that's not in the expertise that's currently in the room, if I could get a more plain language explanation of that section?
Merci, conseillère Deakin. Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Monsieur Mayor. So based on what I can read in the report, it's really based on the type of soil of that area, and that what makes it come to their analysis that it's considered moderate.
And can you, through you,
Yes.
could I be reminded what makes it also highly vulnerable, that is different from that moderate risk?
Monsieur Bourgon?
I believe it's just the area itself that was identified.
Okay.
So I think that's a fair comment to get, like maybe a follow-up just to clarify on that, Monsieur Bourgon? It's just like you're mentioning that it's because it's the area, but I think Councillor Deakin's like looking a little bit.
Well, like
Peut-être en français, c'est plus
ben,
facile. Là.
Dans le fond, ça a été identifié par la Conservation de la Nation Sud comme étant une zone à risque. Donc, en partant de ce point-là, mais en regardant ensuite l'analyse des sols, ils ont pu déterminer que c'était considéré comme étant modéré.
So South Nation Conservation is the one that identified it as a highly vulnerable.
Yes.
And then the study.
And that's the reason why it was implemented or put in the
In the
United Counties in their official plan.
Okay.
I really appreciate that explanation. I'm understanding now the difference and how the two steps were done, it sounds like separate from one another, and bringing those checks and balances into the study. I appreciate the clarification on that. So when this goes into looking at properties that are, or projects that are developing on properties in this groundwater recharge zone, that site planning process, council would be at the table for that, or would that be planning or administration or all three?
I think in the OP, there are the restrictions associated to that. Is that what you're referring
Yeah,
to?
I just
So
wanna-
those are written into it, and
Mhm.
so it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Bourgon, but we have exceptions from A to P in terms of what can be allowed or what is not allowed in those areas. It will be in the official plan, and then it will be integrated into the zoning requirements. So in this area, the zoning will not permit. It'll be there right at the zone and very well detailed. And Monsieur Bourgon, please jump in, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's correct. The site plan will be at the staff level.
Yeah.
And so it won't come to the site plan level because it will have already been predetermined?
So it would,
With
like,
these
so for
restrictions in
example,
the OP?
so for example, a crude oil refining and storage facility wants to get implemented there. So they wouldn't get even to us at
To
this
that
stage.
place.
No, because they're not allowed to be there.
Let's see.
Monsieur Boudreau, ouais.
Yes, thank you. And again, just like any other uses, if someone wants to do that, has to go through an amendment, zoning and official plan to allow for it, and it's up to council to decide if it's good or not. Staff has the obligation to list those permitted use. If they want to go beyond that, then they need to submit an amendment.
I just have one more question,
Please
if
go
I
ahead, yeah.
may.
Take the questions you need, no problem.
So in the report, the consultants referred to the recommendations as high level, but when I was looking at them, they seemed quite detailed to me. I didn't take the time to cross-check every single recommendation with the exceptions in the draft OP. I'm going to put my hand up and say I did not do that homework. Can I be assured, though, that all of the recommendations in some way, shape, or form are included as those exceptions in the draft OP, and if any are left out, why that may have happened?
Monsieur Bourgon? Monsieur Boudreau?
My understanding is they are all in there. It was shared when we got those recommendations to our consultant in order to integrate those.
Okay.
There was no question asked. We'll take those, put it in our zoning bylaw, and also through the site plan agreement, we'll require to have a hydrogeological study made, which will be also reviewed by staff to ensure that they meet that. So I think there's a level of comfort as to that we're meeting the requirements in that aspect.
Thank you. Thanks.
And just to reconfirm, Monsieur Bourgon. This study was passed to at the counties and South Nation Conservation for comments and any additional kind of concerns that they may have, and they both came back saying that they are comfortable with the process, with the methodology that was used in the study, and all aspects of it. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I would add that Ministry of the Environment was also consulted.
Okay.
And they were pleased with the exercise that was completed.
Okay. Merci. Any other questions? Councillor Armstrong.
Noting it from the drawings, that some of the significant groundwater recharge area is in fact already developed. Do we know if any of these restricted activities are already ongoing? And if so, what should we do about that? And the next thing is, will the zoning bylaw apply to the existing properties that are on the groundwater recharge area?
That's a great question. Monsieur Boudreau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we haven't done the exercise of verifying what's existing and if it meets or not. Certainly, the zoning will provide what the new permitted use once we go through that exercise. For the one that are existing, if there is, they may be subject to grandfathered conditions, but any new additions or whatever would require a change to that. I would like to point out that, like I said, we did the exercise, but the groundwater recharge area also goes up to the city of Ottawa, which don't even have identified in their OP. So I think we're ahead of the game in that matter, and we'll try to make the best out of it.
Merci, Monsieur Boudreau. Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate being ahead and getting ahead. This is something that may affect the city of Ottawa if we're not do it wrong, and they'll come and be knocking on our doors about something. But being ahead of the matter is certainly going to put us in good stead and give a good example for all of the other municipalities around, that's for sure.
Excellent comment, Councillor Armstrong. Thank you. Any other comments on this item? Thank you. Moving to item R, permis de festival pour une occasion spéciale avec boissons alcoolisées, rapport CSAS CL 2025-05, que le Conseil reçoive ce rapport daté du 26 mai 2025 et appuie la demande du Club de Lyon de Russell pour un permis d'alcool classifié événement public pour les activités du jour du Canada sur le terrain de la foire de Russell le 30 juin et le 1er juillet 2025 de midi à 11 heures. Question, quelque chose à rajouter, Madame Boudreau? Madame Kéméré-Laflamme?
Non, rien à ajouter.
Non? OK. Question, commentaire, membres du Conseil. Questions, comments? Hearing none, we regularly get those around this time of the year. Item S, this is probably the most controversial item of this meeting. That Council receives report CSASCL 2025-06 dated May 26, 2025 and approve the proposed bylaw to appoint Monsieur Louis Savoie as acting deputy clerk effective immediately and until November 28, 2025. Before passing it to Madame Kéméré-Laflamme, Monsieur Savoie, was this done without any, you didn't get pressured into this?
I'm here willing.
Okay, great. Madame Kéméré-Laflamme, anything to add on this? This is as a result of the départ de Monsieur Rocher. Oui, c'est ça.
That's exactly it. And just to maintain the level of service, so we need an acting deputy clerk.
Excellent. C'est bien apprécié. Monsieur Savoie, c'est bien apprécié que vous êtes mis prêt à prendre ce poste-là temporairement. Question.
Really appreciate it.
Oui, oui, bravo. Question. T'as même un applaudissement du crowd, là. C'est bon, ça. Question, commentaire, membres du Conseil? Non? OK. Item 12. This, I just want to make sure I have the latest version here. Okay, item 12, report from an investigator or ombudsman. C'est ça que je lis, right? OK. Alors, que le Conseil reçoive à des fins d'information la lettre d'accompagnement et le rapport d'enquête daté du 21 mai 2025 reçu par la greffière de Tony E. Fleming de Cunningham, Swan, Carty, Little and Bohem LLP, le commissaire à l'intégrité pour le canton de Russell, en ce qui concerne notre dossier numéro 2025-01 concernant le conseiller Charles Armstrong. Madame Camille Laflamme, quelque chose à rajouter là-dessus?
Non, Monsieur le maire.
Alors ça, juste pour confirmer, le rapport est public. Il est dans le package. Alors, il est public, le rapport, en ce moment. OK, merci. Question, commentaire, membre du conseil. Conseiller Armstrong, any comments? No? OK. All right. Perfect. So just to clarify that the report, for anyone, the report is public and relating to a complaint against Councillor Armstrong, and the conclusion, which is a complete dismissal without investigation on that particular report. Thank you very much. Item 13, notice of motions, we have none. Item 14, question period on meeting of the day. Questions must be in relation to items on the agenda. Before asking a question, please fill your name and address in the sign-in sheet. If you wish to receive a response from a member of council, staff, please leave a phone number and the email on the sheet. State only your name before asking the question. And disclaimer, by asking questions during the council meeting, you are consenting to be part of a live broadcast and the official public recording of the proceeding. Alors, période de questions. Any questions from members of the community?
Good evening, Tony Bass.
Good evening, Mr. Bass.
I was wondering, where does the economic and community development fit into the official plan?
Monsieur Boudreau?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So all departments were part of the review. As part of their input, the exercise is more related to the Planning Act exercise. I mean, each department had their own sets of master plan and plans. The official plan is a mechanism to try and tie everything in one piece. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you.
The reason why I asked that is because I'm part of the group that's supposed to meet again on the 3rd of June for a strategic working session on this.
Okay, but this is a question period, so is there a question?
Yes. How come the master plan is already finalized when we're still doing strategic working sessions on?
I think, yeah, so that's a fair question. The strategic discussions you're having are to develop a strategic plan for our economic development program. Monsieur Dagenet, that's correct? Yeah, so that is a process that's going on right now. We are developing a strategic plan for economic development.
Okay, I just thought that was all part of the master plan, so that's why
No,
I've
it's
had a
not,
problem,
it's not.
bit of an issue with it.
It's not part of the official plan. It's not, so what you're working on is a strategic plan for the economic development.
Okay, so talking back about the traffic memo that they were going to implement for this building that they're putting up on Notre Dame, who's doing that traffic memo? Is it the contractors themselves, or is it a group, or who's going to pay for that?
So I'm just clarifying, you're asking for development on Notre Dame. I don't know that there was a traffic memo. That I think you're referring to Saint-Maurice.
Oh, sorry, Saint-Maurice.
Okay,
yes.
so a traffic memo requirement, Monsieur Boudreau, is how does that proceed?
Yes, so normally the process is that the applicant hires a consultant to prepare the memo is provided to us, and we review it or have it peer review if required.
So having it peer reviewed if required by an expert if there's concerns around validity. Okay, thank you.
My next one is about, you were talking if you put 6 places and then you plant a tree in the backyard of those 6 apartment buildings, that questioning it. My question is, if you guys are telling the contractors to plant a tree, who owns that tree? And if it stands there for 50 years and it falls down on somebody else's property, who's got to pay for the damages?
I think that relates to any current situation with any tree in any backyard. In terms of tree requirements, we went through this process in discussing the tree bylaw, that really it's up to the owner of the property to do what they, at this time, they have full rights of trees on their property.
All right. And the special, like you guys are talking about that our reserves are dropping drastically. And that you were saying that it was coming out of the reserves were paying for the sports complex? I
So-
thought we had a special reserve just for the sports complex.
Sure.
Why are we taking it out of
We're
other
not.
reserves?
We're not. So what
We're
Councillor
not?
Deacon was alluding to is that the sum total of all reserves
Mhm.
from all the different reserves is the amount is dropping. And that is because we are paying a lot on the rec complex, but the sum total of all the reserves, a big portion of that is for the rec complex. So we are only using the rec complex reserves, but we're noticing a lot of movement in that right now because we're in the middle of the development of the project. So
Okay.
we're not taking reserves from other reserves to fund this rec complex.
Oh, okay.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Dagenet and Councillor Deacon, that was, you were looking at the sum total, correct?
Yes, I was just, you know, for transparency's sake, wanting to ask questions at a high level about reserves because it's important for us as a council to be monitoring that big picture.
Absolutely.
And I wanted to take the opportunity to, at 4,000 feet again, I mean, I dug in, of course, looking at the reserves, and I do so every year at budget time as well. The report that came to us tonight was high level, although there was another attachment, a schedule referring to unfinanced and reserve loans. Just to say that the reserve information is available in a detailed way if residents ever want to look at the exact standing, and I do find it an interesting read, and I would encourage residents to reach out for those details if they're unsure of where to find them.
Absolutely. And I think that just a further commentary on the reserve is that we, through the budget process, you know, are made painfully aware that we are underfunded in some of our reserves. And so we are working towards closing that gap, certainly on the infrastructure side. So I can assure you that we're not taking them from other reserves. And this is completely above very transparent process, and you can review those.
The last question is, how often is the groundwater going to be tested in this area that we're for the regeneration of the aquifer?
Sure. Monsieur Boudreau, Monsieur Bourgon, what's the process on that?
So my understanding is that there are some testing to be done once there's a new development as part of the Hydro-G. But other than that, again, the finding of that water recharge came from the resources from the South Nation. They're the one that were the expert in that field, so and they'll continue to guide us into that field.
Thank you.
Just my concern, and the reason why I'm asking that is because I'm sure I'm taking groundwater from that aquifer for my farm, and I'd like to know if there's going to be industrial buildings on that aquifer, that water is going to be tested annually to make sure that it's not going to be contaminated, and that my cattle will not be suffering because of the industrial park.
Yeah, thank you. I think this entire table is very concerned about the quality of groundwater. And it's certainly the process that's being undertaken, and certainly under the watchful eye of South Nation Conservation, that will be monitored as required.
But there's no specific timeline whenever they do the testing.
We will follow whatever the instructions are. I don't have that any additional information on that. I think if there is a development on a piece of land, they go through a process according to what Mr. Boudreau just told us. And after that, I don't know that there is I don't know that there is a current checkup right now on it based on what's on those lands already. Thank you, Mr. Bass.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Bradley.
My questions relate to the groundwater memo, 11Q, I believe is the agenda item. So my first question is this memo that was made public last month identical to the version that Aegis first submitted to staff in August 2024?
Monsieur Bourgon?
No, it was updated. So what's public now is the final version.
So that the final version is public right now.
What specific revisions were made between August 24th and April 2025? And what was driving these revisions?
Monsieur Bourgon?
Comment received from different agencies, but I cannot tell council tonight what was the changes.
So it's something that we could find out. Is that something that's available?
We'll have to do the exercise if that's the will of council.
Okay. Monsieur Boudreau, anything to add on that?
If I remember correctly, some of the changes were due to the mappings. Some property were left out, so we tweak in accordance to the mapping that was concurrent with the counties and also what we have in the intern data. So we wanted to make sure we had the final product really reflected what was identified earlier in other documents.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the sum total of the revisions, or is that high level? I'm looking for the differences between those two documents.
I think those two documents are public, Monsieur Boudreau, Monsieur Bourgon.
They are not.
Are those documents, well, the one that we approved tonight is public. The previous document is not public. Monsieur Godin?
Well, it was not public since it was still just a draft.
It was a draft.
A draft being circulated between the agencies.
Okay. So it was a draft prepared, it was circulated with the agencies, and the agencies that you're referring to are the same ones that we discussed earlier on, South Nation, United Counties, and the ministry.
At that time, the ministry was not,
Okay.
or did not see the draft version.
And so based on comments and from those agencies, there was some updating, and this is the version that's being presented to the public. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So is it possible to get a summary of the revisions between the two documents?
I don't know that there's any value in doing that. This is the one that's accepted by council, and I'm comfortable with that.
It's been accepted by council,
I think we're presenting it tonight.
but haven't accepted it yet?
Well, no, there hasn't been a decision yet. That's correct. Thanks for pointing that out.
So my second question is council aware that the 1995 infiltration formula applied by the consultant in its groundwater assessments is generally considered to be outdated?
So again, we have South Nation Conservation, who specializes in protecting water, United Counties, and the ministry that has reviewed that, and they are satisfied with the process that was taken in this report. I'll leave it at that. Anything to add, Monsieur Bourgon, on that? And I would say that it's fair to say that they're recognized as subject matter experts at the ministry and South Nation Conservation, certainly?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you consider them to be independent third party?
I think that's a fair assumption, certainly looking at South Nation Conservation, looking at the ministry. I don't see any issues with that. Any concerns with that, members of council? No. Councillor Armstrong, sorry.
Is there an updated methodology, and if so, what is it? That I don't know about at the time.
I would just caution that we go down this path here. again, I have to rely on subject matter expertise on this. I'm not an expert, and so I think South Nation Conservation and the ministry certainly would have that on site. So, yeah.
But
I'll leave
it
it
was
at
a choice. A choice was made, so I'm trying to understand why that choice was made, particularly given that in the official plan, Section 6, Part 10, on page 91, talks about that all development will consider measures to withstand rains and flood waters beyond historic levels. So that is a function of impermeability or infiltration, and I'm wondering why we're using 1995 formula when we have much more updated methods that allow us to consider things like climate change impact, soil variability, land use changes, and more importantly, cumulative impact of multiple developments and stressors.
Thank you,
So
Ms.
why?
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. So the only thing I could possibly support you with, I would say, is if we can ask the consultants why they selected this method and provide that as a follow-up. Is that a fair question? I mean, we're, again, this has gone through agencies that are recognized experts in the field, and without questioning your expertise or anything like that, I would say that I'm confident with the report and that's being given, but I don't see an issue asking the consultants to explain the rationale why they selected that process, unless I'm missing an issue here. Monsieur Bourgon, Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Boudreau, thoughts on that? Monsieur Boudreau?
I just wanted to point out that there may be some confusion with the water quality and the rainwater or the stormwater. That's so there are different legislation and requirements which were adopted in 1995. Some have been updated. So there may be some confusion with respect to what we're looking at. So I understood that it was the comment from the OP was based on the stormwater. So there are specifics on that, and I know also in development we have those reviewed. So consultant engineer prepare reports, and we review that to make sure that they're in compliance with the actual regulations.
It says, I'm reading directly from page 91, all development will consider measures to withstand rains and flood waters beyond historic levels. That's
Okay.
talking about ability of the soil to recharge.
Okay. Monsieur Bourgon?
Well, what we just mentioned, it's really based on the stormwater management. So that's going to be looked at the site plan review. We're trying to, it was recommended to use the low impact development, so really to focus on infiltration instead of just a typical pond. And those stormwater management will also be reviewed and approved by the Ministry of Environment.
Okay, so in terms of those waters, we're not concerned about the groundwater impact, given that what you're saying to me is that at site plan, stormwater management will be addressed, and that takes into account potential flooding or the changes in the environment and so on. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that will also be reviewed by the ministry at the site plan stage?
Yeah, because they will need a CFA or ECA in order to process or to be able to use that
I think I
stormwater
understand.
facility.
Thank you.
What is an ECA?
Environmental assessment.
Certificate of approval.
Okay, there we go. Any other questions?
So
Ms. Brown?
will I get information about why the 1995 infiltration formula was applied?
Are you able to provide that info, or not here tonight, but are we able to ask the consultants?
If it's a direction from council, we can look into the rationale between the use of that method.
Sure. Members of council, are you okay with asking for that direction? Councillor Deakin?
More is more. I support that.
Okay, I think it's a general support, yeah. Yeah, so just to add that in the follow-ups, please. Thank you.
Is council aware that the memo from EGIS omits a complete list of detected contaminants that were found in their groundwater sampling.
Monsieur Bourgon, Monsieur Boudreau, anything to add to that? We have the report that was provided to us. Anything to add on that?
No, Mr. Mayor, got nothing to add.
Again, it was reviewed by experts. Any omissions there, I'm sure that they would have picked up on.
The contaminants that they mentioned in the report are not found on their own. They're water soluble. So there must be additional contaminants that were found with those that were not reported in the memo. So I'm wondering if EGIS has a full list of the contaminants that were found in the groundwater sampling.
Monsieur Bourgon, answer to that question? Do we have an answer to that question?
The consultant had access to all different studies or water testing that was done in the area.
Councillor Laura?
Did staff or the administration delete or omit to report any contaminants to the consultants?
True, Mr. Mayor, no.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about whether the memo includes everything that EGIS found in their water samples, their groundwater samples.
I have nothing else to add. Monsieur Bourgon, anything else to add to that?
No, from our understanding, the memo or the consultant did looked at all the parameters, all information they have access to.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
And once again, like it was reviewed a few rounds to comments of our
Thank you.
partners.
Perhaps I'm not making myself understood. I'm suggesting that the list is incomplete and that the memo does not include a full list.
Ms. Bradley, with all due respect, I have to go by subject matter expertise. We had hired a consultant, that's a reputable consultant, to prepare a report, to look at all the variables. That report was presented, was completed, was evaluated by subject matter experts at South Nation Conservation, at the counties, and I feel comfortable that the report presented to us has addressed all the requirements, and also to the ministry, by the way. So I'm comfortable at that. So I'm not going to start looking at every question that you're going to ask pertaining to items that I don't have subject matter expertise on. I have to believe that we have done due diligence, or the staff have done due diligence on this, and they have certainly gone all the way out to all the levels of expertise on that. So I'm confident that the report presented here, unless someone from council here disagrees with me, I think we're confident with what is being presented.
With equal respect, this is a memo that was produced by the contractor. It is not a comprehensive report. And I do believe that in technical engineering terms, there's a difference between a memo and there's a difference between a report. And I am asking whether this memo leaves out information.
Mr. Bourgon, you're an engineer. I'm not an engineer. Is there the difference between memo and non-memo? Are there concerns that we should have at this table pertaining to missing information?
There's no concern from the administration on that level. We're confident that the consultant did what had to do based on the scope of work that was provided by South Nation Conservation in this case. So there's nothing from the administration that believes that there omission or that the consultant left out some information.
Okay, and the scope of work for this was provided by South Nation Conservation that
Yes, it was.
specialized on that. And they approved everything that was presented, including the memo?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, they did.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Bradley?
Were the existing industrial park property owners who reported that they had non-potable well water at a council meeting in May of 2023 included in the public consultation process regarding their well health and potential contamination?
Mr. Bourgon?
Everybody was consulted. We did not receive an answer from everyone. We did all the wells info as well from previous studies. in the, in that area. Yeah, so that's.
Thank you.
That's all I can tell council right now.
And that information was included in the memo.
Monsieur Bourgon?
The consultant had access to all that information.
Thank you.
Doesn't really answer my question, but
That wasn't a question, Mr. Mayor.
but yeah. Anything else, Ms. Bradley?
yes, my last one is that given that Aegis, the producer of this memo, flagged the data limitations and the narrowed scope of this of its process in this memo, does council consider that it has sufficient data to meet its due diligence obligations under both the Clean Water Act and the provincial policy statements?
Council will make a decision on this, and that will give you an answer to that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Hi there.
Hi.
Sarah Percival again, in regards to item 11F. I had a brief conversation with Councillor Lauren at the break, and I just wanted to confirm that an apartment building has been planned for that site for quite some time, or a number of years. Is that correct?
Monsieur Boudreau?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our understanding is that it was zone R3, which allows for that. So it was always assumed that there would be that type of building. Just as a comparison is a single family dwelling would have not have been permitted on that lot with that specific zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, just with regards, Councillor Lalonde mentioned affordable housing at one point. Do we have any idea as to what, I guess not necessarily what the asking rent will be, because it depends on when it's completed, but if the intention is that it's going to fall under what the province considers as affordable housing?
Monsieur Boudreau, I don't think we have that. That's not part of this file. Ms. Ball, Monsieur Boudreau?
No, fortunately, we don't have that information to provide to council today.
Okay. Also, there was reference to a traffic memo, which would essentially reference a previous traffic impact study. The previous traffic impact study, when was that completed in reference to when the subdivision was developed?
Thank you. Monsieur Boudreau?
Yes, that's right. So that would have been required prior to giving the final approval of that subdivision. I'm guessing it's 2011 or 12, yeah.
2011, 2012, and when they do that, they look at based on the zoning and the plan for the subdivision. They're looking out in the future. They're not looking at the current, and so yeah, all of the entire subdivision.
So the full build out.
Yeah,
of
that's
that.
correct.
So memo will tweak if whatever was provided at that time is what was developed.
And so just for clarification, Monsieur Boudreau, had there not been a requirement to amend the official plan here, would that memo be required still?
Possibly would be required because we're going through a site plan. So these type of developments, such as apartment building, these are regular information that we ask for consultant and developer.
Thank you.
Okay, and my final question, and bear with me as it's kind of, I'm not quite sure how to phrase it. With this official plan amendment, if it is approved, but then say, for example, during the site plan study, if there's the existing or the proposed project brings forth some, say, implications with the shadow study or the traffic memo, or perhaps with the community safety plan, but the official plan has already been amended, like, is it kind of putting the cart before the horse type thing, if that makes any sense? Like, would that official plan amendment then remain in place if the proposed project doesn't meet certain,
Sure, that's,
variables
yeah, so
in
I
the
think,
study?
I think what you're saying is, are there any teeth to any of those requirements after this step
Correct.
if it passes?
Yes.
I do believe so. Monsieur Boudreau, can you just clarify that in more detail?
Yeah, that is correct. So through the process, it's complying with the official plan, but there are also the agreement, the site plan agreement. So this is the the timing to exercise if it meet all of the balance of the thing you need to meet via prior to development.
Yeah, so they will have to meet all those requirements from that official plan, whatever the final decision is, and it's at the site plan where they demonstrate that they will meet those. And if they don't meet those, then there has to be changes at the site plan stage.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Sure, Councillor Deegan?
Ms. Percival's second last question there, I just had, it brought up a question for me as well. The traffic memo, if the study was initially done in 2011, knowing that there's been a lot of change in that specific neighborhood, but also the amenities and the change overall in the township in terms of the traffic patterns, growth across the board. I cited Parc Richelieu being a beautiful park that I didn't even live here in 2011, so that my driving to it would not be counted. I just want to understand better the detailing of the traffic memo, if it would look solely at the project at hand, or if it has a broader scope looking at changes in traffic patterns since 2011 as well.
Monsieur Boudreau? Monsieur Bourgon?
Through Mr. Mayor, so basically the memo will be updating that original study. So looked at if there's any other densification that happened or traffic pattern that changed, they will be able to capture and update those variables.
So from 2011, in 2011, there was a forecast based on the subdivision plan, given some of the changes or some of the updates around the subdivision, they will be taken into account.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Long?
And we know with the developments that have gone on, whether it's on the south side or the north side of St. Pierre, that we also had, since 2011, we had a change to that intersection where we had turning lanes put in on both sides, which obviously is a traffic impact to accommodate the growth in those areas. Am I mistaken in that assumption?
Mr. Bourgon?
You're referring to the intersection of Saint-Pierre and Notre-Dame?
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are all things that will have an influence of the traffic flow coming out of the subdivision.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Good evening.
I guess I don't.
Just get your name again.
It's Brett Eskret, 159 ED.
Thank you.
I don't understand why, I'll pose it as a question, why don't you support commercial development in the first floor of a building in your downtown when the whole argument for the expansion of the business park is to create jobs and reserve lands to create those jobs?
Yeah, it's a great question. That item hasn't passed yet, but I think the discussion could be that currently there is no commercial, and so they're not removing any commercial.
Agreed.
And the other aspect to that that could also be, that presents a fair argument, is the length of our core here in this particular village. It's quite substantive. Like it goes on for a while, and to think that we could end up with commercial if we followed the rule to the letter, we would have to have commercial all the way through. And is that realistic or not? And so I guess it becomes a question for the sitting council at the time to make that decision or not. But we want to encourage that commercial development, but we also have to be realistic on what can and can't be done.
Yeah, but you have to look for the future too.
Absolutely,
A lot of people,
absolutely.
A lot of growth.
Yeah.
So you need a lot of businesses.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm a big pusher on that, absolutely. Councillor Lauren?
I guess like I said earlier, I don't disagree that it would be great if that property were to be built with commercial on the bottom. And I did have a discussion with the proponent on that. And I've sat here for many years, and that, what's it called? The word, the want or the need of the community for somebody to actually rent those spaces, unfortunately, is not there right now, and may not be there in the future. You know, there's a lot of changes in the way businesses are run these days, especially a small business that would be taking up that specific space. And if we do force that any developer who wants to put any multi-residential property on the village core and force them to put commercial on the bottom, what happens when those stay vacant? Who's covering the cost of that? If you owned it, would you be willing to cover those costs for years and years and years of no rental, but you built it? And at some point, what are the thoughts there? Are you going to then have to raise the, no, I'm making the comment, raise the actual cost of everybody else in that building to make up for losses? And then we start getting out of that affordability factor of, I may have 24 units or 15 units, whatever it is, at $1,500 a month, but this has now stayed vacant for 2 years. I'm gonna now have to put that up according to what I need to satisfy my mortgage payments on this property that I've now eaten for the last 2 years. Like, there's a cost benefit that has to be thought through that as well. And think about it, if you were to own that property and you were gonna develop, and if council forced you to put that in there, how long could you eat those costs? And then have to redesign and come back to council and redesign to then go residential and make those configuration changes. I mean, those are significant costs. So while I would love to have that, there is an absolute potential that we get nothing there. And we maintain no commercial, and we maintain the residentials that are already there. And what do we do? So for me, and I've already stated it, I will support the exemption to the ground floor commercial for that specific reason.
Thank you.
For this project.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have to ask more questions about the water study. So.
If they're the same questions, you'll get the same answers.
No, not same question.
Okay.
The note clearly says that we're already over the provincial guidelines, and I would have said it's the experts that set those guidelines. So my question would be, and those are aromatic hydrocarbons, so those aren't natural. They're coming from.
Oh, you're trying to educate us on the process here, but what the question is, you're saying
What are
that
you going to do about those contaminations that we're already over the limits of?
our experts are telling us that we're okay there. Am I wrong in that assumption, Monsieur Boudreau, Monsieur Bourgon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, again, the existing is existing. The mandate of that study was not to address that, but more to look at the water recharge and to see what the impact of potential new development in that area, and that's what they did. As I stated again, any new development will go through the same process, will need to meet the ministries, they'll need to produce hydrogeological study, and those will be tied in through a site plan agreement, so.
Thank you.
But who's protecting our groundwaters? The individual well owners on Edie?
Monsieur Boudreau?
Because we don't have anyone who speaks up for us. It's not like the municipal wells.
I think the groundwater is groundwater for everybody that's there, and I think whether the location, the protection is for all of the groundwater.
No, but
Monsieur
the reason
Boudreau,
you can't
sorry,
go
just a
east
second.
is because the well water is protected there, but it's not for us.
Monsieur Boudreau?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I can add to that is that the municipal responsibility is with the zoning and the land use. Other ministry or government level have their own, such as the Ministry of Environment, but our responsibility is to have proper zoning based on the land use that's being proposed, and we're doing it and have it reviewed by the counties through their official plan and through all these amendments that we're doing.
Thank you. So we are putting in those protections through this process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Dominique Tremblay. J'ai juste une petite question concernant l'item J. Il a été mentionné tout à l'heure par M. Dagenet que dans le plan stratégique de développement économique, il avait été identifié qu'il y avait besoin de plus d'espace commercial. Je me demandais juste, est-ce que c'était tie-in avec le nombre de pieds carrés qui était un besoin? Est-ce que c'est 1000 pieds carrés? Est-ce qu'on est allé jusqu'à...
Pour avoir jusque ce détail-là, c'est ça que vous demandez?
Oui, je voulais savoir, est-ce que le besoin avait été identifié par pied carré pour déterminer le type de commercial qui était nécessaire?
Monsieur Dagenet?
Présentement, l'étude n'est pas finie. Le plan stratégique n'est pas fini. C'est juste des commentaires qu'on avait reçus de commerçants actuels.
OK. Alors, c'est vraiment initial à ce point-ci.
Est-ce que ça va être quelque chose qu'on va regarder ou pousser plus loin pour savoir déterminer exactement le besoin?
Monsieur Dagenet?
Oui, bien, avec la conversation qu'on a eue ce soir, je pense que ce serait très intéressant d'avoir.
Oui, je suis d'accord.
Fait que oui.
Oui, parce que je pense que la question va nous revenir parce qu'on pousse le développement, l'identification sur Notre-Dame. Et I'm sure that these questions will come back because the requirement is to have a commercial on the first floor. It'd be good to know more than anecdotally what are the needs of the community. Certainly want to push for commercial because of the value that it brings to the resident, the options and so on. But we do have to look at realistically, as Councillor Laurent alluded to, in terms of the developers and doing that.
Parfait, merci. Donc, ça tie-in aussi avec l'autre question. Je pense que ça a été mentionné au niveau de la longueur du Village Core. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose qu'on va revoir dans le règlement de zonage, qu'on a parlé du processus?
Votre question, c'est qu'on va revoir la longueur du village?
Village Core, oui. Non, de la zone
de la zone comme telle? Oui.
Et le besoin d'incorporer du commercial dans les zones Village Core, qui est quand même assez longue.
Monsieur Boudreau?
Oui, bonjour, merci. Alors, la meilleure solution, ça aurait été de l'indiquer dans le nouveau plan officiel, mais il faut comprendre que plusieurs études sont dans le processus présentement. Donc, on est après l'étude de transport. Il y a beaucoup d'études qui ont été faites dans la dernière année. Alors, c'est certain que le plan officiel, c'est pas un document qui est fermé à tout jamais. On va devoir le réviser de toute façon lorsque les comtés vont faire leur examen. Alors, ça va peut-être être une opportunité pour nous de prendre toute l'information qui est captée et puis d'insérer des nouvelles recommandations à ce niveau-là.
Et de regarder ça. Conseiller Laurent?
So what I'm hearing is for all these master plans and strategic plans and everything that's going on, they can all be incorporated into an official plan amendment down the road, if required. Thank you.
Donc, juste pour confirmer, le prérequis du commercial est aussi inclus dans le zonage. Donc, est-ce que c'est quelque chose qu'on va revoir dans le Village Court, dans la zone? On demande à ce que le façade du bâtiment, du nouveau bâtiment, présente du commercial. Donc, c'était plus là que je m'en allais. Peut-être que c'est quelque chose qu'on...
Mais comme c'est là, c'est dans le requirement.
Oui.
Je peux répondre oui, exactement. Alors, dans le processus du nouveau règlement de zonage, on va refaire les mêmes consultations publiques. Puis j'invite Mme Tremblay à partager ces bons commentaires qui vont être tenus compte.
Absolument, je suis d'accord.
Donc, la prochaine question que j'ai à poser, c'est concernant l'item K, donc le plan officiel. J'ai eu des conversations avec le staff au niveau des courriels qu'on s'est envoyés, au niveau de la densité qui est proposée. Donc, ma question, c'est simplement de confirmer la densité qui va être permise dans la désignation résidentielle.
Monsieur Boudreau?
Oui, merci. Alors, oui, on a reçu des échanges. C'est des choses qu'on regarde. Évidemment, comme j'ai mentionné, c'est les comtés unis qui ont l'approbation finale. Si on va consulter avec les comtés, ça se voir s'il y a un conflit ou pas de la part avec le plan officiel des comtés. Et si oui, bien, eux ont quand même l'opportunité de faire des modifications si nécessaire.
OK. Donc, ma question était aussi concernant, présentement, la section 3.41 mentionne que le médium et le low, c'est 55 unités par hectare, mais aussi dans la section 4.2 de résidentiel, on permet du 75 unités par hectare. Donc, c'est un petit peu là que je me demandais, est-ce que ça va être, le 75 unités par hectare va être aussi permis dans le résidentiel ou seulement dans le medium density? Donc, c'est plus là aussi au niveau des courriels. Donc, j'aimerais savoir une précision éventuellement où on va s'en aller avec le maximum de densité qui est permis dans la zone résidentielle, pour pas que les unités soient moindres que ce qu'on permet en ce moment.
Je comprends. Je pense qu'en ce moment, la différence entre le 55 et 75, c'est la distance d'un collecteur, c'est ça, Monsieur Boudreau?
Oui, ça, c'est un des items là, qui va déclencher. Comme j'ai mentionné précédemment, je pense que l'exercice du changement de zonage, je pense que ça va être une bonne opportunité de vraiment là, ajouter des nouvelles dispositions qui vont refléter une zone versus l'autre. Il y a peut-être l'ajout d'une nouvelle zone là, qui va peut-être prendre le soin là, d'identifier c'est quoi le maximum de densité par rapport à cette zone-là. C'est des bonnes questions, puis on n'a peut-être pas toutes les réponses aujourd'hui, mais
On va
c'est des
travailler
choses qu'on
là-dessus.
va regarder attentivement, oui.
C'est sûr que l'environnement a changé beaucoup là, dans les dernières années, puis avec le nouveau PPS, il y a des ajustements à faire, for sure.
Donc, juste ma dernière question concernant ça, je veux juste m'assurer que le high, qui est le 56 unités par hectare, va être permis dans le medium residential.
Monsieur Boudreau? Madame Ball?
So, merci, Monsieur le Maire. So, our understanding is that, our understanding, the high density is permitted within the residential area, the existing or the proposed residential area of the official plan.
Okay.
Perfect, merci.
Thank you. Merci, Madame Tremblay. Councillor Deakin?
I think those were some really interesting questions, and I was wondering if there could just be a summary of that for those in the room who don't have French as a first language. I think there are others that would have an interest in just the high-level question and answer, if possible.
Sure, Monsieur Boudreau, can you summarize that for us?
I will try, but if I miss out, please direct me.
Madame Tremblay could speak.
Yes, so I think the question first were for the village core to see if there would be a change in the requirements for the commercial at the lower level. It was expressed that we're doing numerous studies right now, different master plans. So certainly we'll be coming back to tweak our official plan to incorporate some of these recommendations in a future date. And we're also going to be doing our zoning change, which also is a great opportunity for us to put new provisions as to if it's minimum requirements for commercial. So we'll have time to reassess and provide changes if needed for council to review. And I believe the second question was more related to the density in the OP. As to if there was confusion with the maximum, medium and maximum density in the residential area. What is being proposed in the new OP would allow 75 density, 75 unit per hectare under the proposed official plan. We still have to comply with the county's OP, so they need to ensure that it meets. If there are little tweaks that we need to do, we're certainly going to express that to the counties and see if they want to make a change or not to that aspect if there's a conflict.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup. C'était un beau sommaire, M. Boudreau. Vous avez un talent que je ne savais pas que vous aviez. C'est bravo. C'est formidable. Oui, c'est ça. C'est la beauté du bilinguisme. Autre question finale? Non? Alors, on passe au numéro 15, résolution. Alors, 15A. Motion that council approve all recommendations listed on the agenda under item 11, reports from departments and council committees. I need a mover and seconder to put it on the table. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Lauren. I will call for the vote. All in favor? And passed. Thank you very much. Item 15B. Motion that council approve all recommendations listed on the agenda under item 12, reports from an investigator or ombudsman. This is moved by Councillor Deakin, seconded by Councillor Lauren. I will call for the vote. All in favor? And passed. Thank you. And moving to bylaws. Est-ce qu'on a des changements, Madame Camille-Laflamme? Non, c'est OK. Je ne suis pas habitué. OK. Alors, motion that council approve bylaws 2025-067 to 2025-077 inclusively for first, second, and third reading as listed on the agenda. This is moved by Councillor Lawrence, seconded by Conseiller Lalonde. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And passed. Thank you very much. Item 17, new business reports. We have none. Numéro 18, rapport divers présenté par des membres du Conseil, on n'en a pas. Item 19, public consultations, hearings, we have none. Item 20, announcements. I have a quick announcement, and I know I've shared this with council over email. I just wanted wanted to say thank you very much to our fire services for the support provided to the OPP over the last couple of years with the use of our space in the Emblem Station is very much appreciated. I know that it was appreciated by members of the OPP as they were going through the whole process with the sentencing that came due on Saturday as we move forward. So thank you very much for representing our community by showing that kind of outreach to the police services, or the OPP, I should say. Very much appreciated. Any other announcements from members of council? Councillor Deakin?
I wanted to say that, you know, the summer is fast approaching and a lot of community events are taking shape. I wanted to highlight a few that are happening in early June. There's a soccer festival being put on by the Russell Soccer Club. There's a Terry Fox Trivia Night in Russell in support of the Terry Fox Foundation. There's a puzzle sale in support of the Russell Blooms, the beautiful flowers that we see on Concession Street every year, happening at the Russell Ballpark. All of those happening on June 7th. Also on June 7th is kicking off the 2025 Pride Month in our township. And there is a group of 25 dedicated individuals in our community who are organizing a variety of events. So if I may, I'd like to list some of those and highlight them so that we may lend our support and presence to support our queer community here in Russell Township. So that will also kick off on June 7th, as I mentioned, at 10 in the morning. There will be a flag-raising ceremony here. At 12:30, there will be a special film screening in this room here, film screening of the documentary The Fruit Machine, which is really important for us to bear witness to the discrimination that the LGBTQ plus community has faced in the past. From various public service institutions. So there's a large recognition of that difficulty that folks and discrimination that folks faced. And there is a large contingent in our community of folks who serve in organizations like the RCMP, the Canadian Armed Forces, and the Federal Public Service. So I would highly recommend anyone in the community to come and bear witness and watch that film with members of the Rainbow Veterans Group in the room, and to pass that along to other members in our community who belong to specifically those organizations today. There is also just a couple more events that I wanted to highlight. The organization has organized 6 different initiatives and events throughout the month. There is a Walk the Walk week, where members of the public are invited to write messages of love and inclusion and support on the sidewalks in front of their houses and their driveways. I'm looking forward to seeing the beautiful work that folks end up putting out on their properties. There is... And there are a couple of other events, but I just really wanted to highlight. It's been gratifying for me to sit at the Community Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee these past couple of years, and to play a role in supporting more presence and more voice of queer community in our township, and to see for the first time ever, not just one event that is queer-led, but several events that are family-oriented for all ages, all sorts of individuals. It's just very gratifying to see, and so I'd like to extend my thanks to everybody who was involved in organizing those events. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If you've never attended a Pride event in our township, I strongly recommend that you look at the calendar that they have put together and just choose one that speaks to you. And it doesn't have to be something that you get overly excited about, but just one that might spark a curiosity in you to attend your first Pride event in our township. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deakin. Any other announcements, members of council? Councillor Lalonde.
I think it's, is it this Saturday that we have the cyclone?
Yes, that's correct.
Saturday?
Yes.
Were you going to speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
No, you go ahead.
Just so this Saturday at 1 o'clock in Embrun, the Cyclone cadets are having their ceremony and review at 1 o'clock. And if anyone wants to come out and watch that and support our youth in that cadet program, the mayor is supposed to be there and I'll be attending, so there's that too.
Awesome.
Saturday at 1 p.m. And I think is it at Camille Pichet or?
That's correct.
Camille Pichet? Yeah. Thanks.
Any last announcements? All right. Merci beaucoup. Numéro 21, discussion stratégique, on n'en a pas. Numéro 22, session à huis clos, on n'en a pas. Item 23, confirming bylaw. Before I read the confirming bylaw, I just wanted to thank council tonight for some good discussions. I'm really, really happy to see the different point of views and how we move through these council meetings, and I really appreciate the efforts and the preparation that comes from council in coming to these meetings. So thank you so much for that. So confirming bylaw, that bylaw 2025
078.
078 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Russell at its regular council meeting held on May 26, 2025, be read a first, second, and third time and passed. This is moved by Councillor Lawrence, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Call for the vote. All in favor? Passed. The next regular public meeting of council will be held on Monday, June 9th, 2025, and we are adjourned at 10:07 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.